Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everyone who is joining us tonight in person on Boston City TV and on Zoom. I'm going to ask everyone here in the chamber to please turn off the volume on your laptops or other devices so it does not interfere with the audio for tonight's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/school committee, under the April 15 meeting link. For those joining us in person, you can access the meeting documents by scanning the QR code that's posted by the doors. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The meeting will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. The committee is pleased to offer live simultaneous interpretation virtually in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cape Verdean, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The Zoom interpretation feature has been activated. Zoom participants should click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. We'll begin the meeting with the approval of minutes. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the March 25th meeting. Is there a motion?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
So good evening, and thank you, Chair Robinson, and good evening to our school committee members and to our public. It's wonderful to see everybody in person. We have a packed agenda, so I'm just going to take a few minutes to share an announcement from our BPS Office of College, Career, and Life Readiness and some recent bright spots before we get into the presentations. First, the BPS Office of College, Career, and Life Readiness, which we call CCLR, invites grade 12 students, parents, and caregivers to join a support session on the free application for federal student aid, or what we call FAFSA, and the Massachusetts Alternative Financial Aid application, or what we call MASFA, on Wednesday, April 22nd, from 8:30 a.m. until 2 p.m. here at the Bowling Building. The parents of 12th graders will receive an electronic communication from us on Thursday, tomorrow, April 16th, with local and statewide resources, as well as information on school counselors and partners available at their home school for support. The Massachusetts Financial Aid priority deadline is May 1st, which maximizes students' eligibility for state aid for those entering colleges in the fall of 2026. Completing the FAFSA or MASFA by this date is very important and a key step for students in terms of accessing grants, scholarships, tuition-free opportunities, and other supports. Please email the Office of College, Career, and Life Readiness at cclr@bostonpublicschools.org with any questions. Few bright spots. So I'm proud to share the winners of this year's Aspen Challenge. You may remember that last year, BPS began its participation in this 2-year national education program that challenges high school students to design solutions to social justice issues. This year, teams of 8 students from 13 BPS schools, as well as students from Lawrence High and Somerville High, spent 10 weeks developing their ideas, including how to address food insecurity, make resources available to immigrant communities, address the connection between academics and mental health, create more green space for youth, and connect students to work training opportunities. Those ideas were presented to a panel of judges composed of community leaders, educators, and experts at the Solution Showcase last week. Thank you, Chair Robinson, for being there to cheer our students on. The grand prize winners are headed to the annual Aspen Ideas Festival in Colorado in June, where they will have the opportunity to learn from global leaders confronting the most pressing issues of our time. So the drum roll, congratulations to Boston International Newcomers Academy, or BINCA, and Tech Boston Academy on this well-deserved honor. Additional awards included Brighton High School for originality, another course to college for collaboration, Charlestown High School for community engagement, and New Mission High School was honored with the People's Choice Award. Lawrence High School was also recognized with the Resilience Award. For me, as superintendent, just to be able to see the talent, the creativity of our young people, I was so impressed with the quality of the projects and just the excitement and enthusiasm of the students. And I told them the first day when the competition kicked off, it would be a life-changing event if they put hard work into it. And then in talking with young people the day that before they knew who was going to Denver, they all sort of agreed it was, in fact, a life-changing event. I couldn't have been more proud of them, as I know Chair was. And so many different people from the city and the district came to cheer them on. Similarly, for the 2 teams that will go on to Colorado, we'll be doing the same. I'm just really thankful to the Bezos Foundation and the Aspen Institute for giving our students, such a wonderful opportunity these last 2 years. And we're working very hard right now to figure out how that Aspen Challenge model will continue in our city in the years to come. Red Sox. So last week, I joined Mayor Wu, the Sarah Greenwood dual language school community, and several special guests for the annual Red Sox Hat Day. This is sort of a tradition. It marks the arrival of spring and the start of the baseball season. And you can see from some of these photos just the joy, the excitement that happens in this event. I think Wally and Tess are definitely the celebrities at the event. The kids love them. And one of the highlights was seeing all of the kids find out that they were getting tickets to a Red Sox game in the future. They literally just jumped with joy. Thank you to Chair Robinson and Member Peralta for helping to distribute the Red Sox hats to the students. Also, thanks to our mayor for making all of this happen for us, to Red Sox President and CEO Sam Kennedy, Red Sox partner and foundation board member Linda Henry, and really just the whole organization of the Red Sox. They show up for our kids always, and on this particular day, it's just one of our best times with Wally and Tessie. In all, the Red Sox donated 40,000 hats across the BPS to all of our schools, our K-8 schools, and we're just incredibly grateful to them and to JetBlue, who also was a sponsor, for making that day such a wonderful day across our district. Lastly, I was honored to attend the Dever Elementary School's recent Digitizing Day. This was a special opportunity for the school community to come together to contribute to an online archive that will hold many of the school's memories as their last year comes to a close. I want to thank members Polanco Garcia and member Torres for coming as well, and really uplifting the community. The attendees contributed photos, apparel, notes, recorded interviews. These will all be uploaded to a new collection that's in collaboration with UMass Boston's Healy Library University Archives and Special Collections. The Dever has truly been a cornerstone of the Columbia Point community for nearly 70 years. The event reflected the connection, the different kinds of connections and memories that have just been created across so many different people. It was incredibly meaningful to see and hear from former students and families and staff members who gathered to share stories and really celebrate what the schools meant to them. By preserving these memories, we're honoring the legacy of the Dever, and we're ensuring that its impact continues to be felt for years to come. As part of the event, a commemorative City of Boston street sign was unveiled, the Dever School Drive, all roads lead through the Dever. This was installed to honor that legacy of the Dever's decades-long impact to the community. I also want to extend a heartfelt thank you to those who came out to share memories and preserve and make available for the Devers Elementary's legacy for future generations, especially project manager Megan Schroeder, parent leader Cheryl Buckman, and Principal Margaret Reardon. Going forward, the BPS Capital team will continue working with our emerging and closing school communities to determine the best way to celebrate and honor them. Each school community is different, and many have their own ideas of how to commemorate their story and their history. And just huge applause for the Dever for really expressing to us the importance of this piece of closure for the community, so that we can then take it and be able to build the set of closure for the other communities as they go through closures and mergers. Later this spring, we'll share an update with the committee on where students from the closing schools are going next year and report on the progress of the long-term facilities plan implementation. So with that, Chair, many bright spots. Wanted to call out a few, but I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll now open the floor for questions and discussion. Please remember our norm is 5 minutes per member per round, not including district responses, and keep questions related to the superintendent's report. Other topics can be raised during new business. BPS staff, please keep responses brief and speak slowly to support our interpreters. Since I know this is your first in-person meeting, I'll just tell you what I usually do. I usually will look to my left and ask for people on this side if they have something to say, and then go that way. So we're not doing a zigzag. Okay. So
I'm okay.
do you have any?
No.
You have any?
No,
Nothing?
no question.
No question.
Hmm.
No question.
I do. Well, a couple, I guess, I can share an announcement for myself. I had the privilege to attend the National School Boards Association conference in San Antonio with Jake Lacey from our facilities management department. BPS was receiving the Magna Award for its work on the installation of its internal air quality monitors, and that project has been in the works since 2014. So I think being recognized nationally for the work is something that is just a testament to what these investments very early on, what they yield, and particularly the data dashboard that was created as a result of that. And so being able for families to check that dashboard to look at what the air quality is, but also how those monitors were able to inform what are the types of renovations and upgrades that each of our buildings need. I learned a little bit more. I mean, not just that our average building age goes all the way back to 1942, but of course, we still have some buildings that were built in the 1800s. So that's just a testament to how much these buildings need upkeep and investment. And so it was good to be recognized as a district. And it was also good to hear from peers from across the country just about some of their challenges that they're experiencing and how they're addressing some of them. So just a shout out to Jake for attending, and the entire team, Catherine Walsh, like her team as well. So that and I did have a question. So you mentioned at the end of your report around hearing an update around where students are going. Is it possible to get also an update around how our faculty and staff are sort of faring as well? Yeah, just
Absolutely. We'll make sure that that's part of it.
because I'm pretty sure we're going to hear like later today around just some shifting in the district around particularly like our social workers, and thinking really about one, those that may not have permanent status but have been in contract positions. Are they going to be offered permanent status? And are our social workers, when we start talking about all the issues, right, in the district, chronic absenteeism, from that to academic outcomes. Like our social workers are a critical part of that. So hopefully we're able to get some of your thoughts on that.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
It was great to hear about the Aspen Challenge and the value of that for participants. I think it'll be useful to save some of those models and structures for as Desi works through what graduation requirements are going to be for high school students, especially if there's a community component or some sort of portfolio component. Thinking about the social impact that this has, it could be something that could be replicated at the district level outside of the national context if it aligns well to anything that they put online.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great point, and I think, you know, as the graduation recommendations come out at the state level, the idea of capstone is, you know, a critical one. This is a mini capstone in that it was the 10 weeks, but certainly, like I know at Tech Boston, though they did not win last year, they undertook a housing initiative for housing instability, and that team stayed together as seniors, and they actually made it a year-long project where they just launched their own nonprofit. So I think the agency that it teaches our young people, you can do a lot.
Yeah.
And so right now we're talking with several partners about how to be able, now that we know what to do, how to be able to take that and continue to build that challenge into the fabric of BPS. And to your point, Member Scarrett, like how to use that as a springboard for bigger things when it comes to our high school students. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. I also just want to comment on the Aspen Challenge, because you know I'm a big
I know.
fan of it. And what I saw in that room that morning were kids from 15 high schools, very diverse kids. These were not just the best and the brightest. Everybody was there. And not only were their projects incredible in terms of these being clearly examples of strong student voice and efficacy, but all the work that they put into it, how they supported each other. I mean, we had what, 200 kids
Yeah.
from every, from 15 different schools across the city. There was nobody fighting. They were not, posturing against each other. There was more collaboration that I've seen in a long time. They were clearly interested in the projects that each other had done. And I'm hoping that there will be a way that we can share some of that good news here. Our media is often interested in what's not working, but those projects and those student voices, as well as the people that supported them, are just prime examples of what students can do when the learning is meaningful to them and they have the support to actually make the actions happen. So,
That's right. And
Yeah.
I was extremely proud
yeah.
that our students embraced Somerville High and Lawrence High students who they didn't formally know, and they weren't part of the fabric of the city. And yet you'd never know that with how they embraced them and worked with them and cheered each other on. And that's where, when we lay the table well for students, you get great results. And so that's a kudos to all the coaches, the staff. Ann Clark is here, who just does tremendous work in lifting this up. And so, so I think there's a lot to build on in this. And we just thank you for your continued support, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the superintendent's report is approved. We will continue with a brief report on the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA, Core Program 2026 Statement of Interest for the Melvin H. King South End Academy. Due to MSBA's April 17th deadline, the presentation and vote will take place tonight. Let's aim to keep the presentation within 10 minutes. I'll now turn it over to the superintendent.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. So I'm pleased to share that we plan to submit a statement of interest, or an SOI, to the Massachusetts School Building Authority's 2026 core program for the renovation of the Melvin H. King South End Academy. As a reminder, the MSBA is a state agency that offers competitive grants to municipalities to support school construction and renovation projects. The core program supports renovations, additions, and new school construction. The application will be submitted in collaboration with our partners in the city's Public Facilities Department and the Mayor's Office. This afternoon, the Boston City Council voted to approve the application following a hearing of the Council's Ways and Means Committee earlier in the day. The next step in the process is the approval of this body. We are very excited about this opportunity to provide Melvin H. King South End Academy students with a state-of-the-art therapeutic school building that is designed to meet their academic, social, emotional, and mental health needs. This will bring the district another step closer to our long-term goal of giving our students with different abilities the supports they need and the high-quality educational experience they deserve. At this time, I'll turn the meeting over to our BPS Chief of Capital Planning, Del Stanislaus, and Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Harold Miller Jr., for the presentation, and then later this evening, we'll ask the committee for its support of this application. I would just like to say personally, I am over the moon on this particular project. It is so long due to our community and our students, and I just want to thank all those that have supported it thus far and would ask the committee's support tonight. Del, Harold?
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Chair and members of the school committee. I am very excited to be joined here tonight with Dr. Harold Miller to present the core application for Melvin H. King South End Academy. As the superintendent shared, the MSBA is a state authority that funds public school construction and renovation across Massachusetts through a 1 penny of sales tax supported reimbursement program. It has two programs, the core program for major school construction projects and the accelerated program for roofs, windows, HVAC upgrades. Over the past several years, Boston has made an effort to increase their participation in the MSBA programs, and we are incredibly grateful for their partnership. The MSBA, City of Boston, and Boston Public Schools have collaborated on 57 projects over the years. 7 core projects, the Dearborn, BAA, JQS, and most recently, the Carter, are completed. One school, the Shaw Taylor, is finishing design selection. The Ruth Batson Academy will begin procuring an owner's project manager in May. Madison Park will be starting the eligibility period on July 1st. Under the accelerated repair program led by our operations division, 34 projects have completed construction. 1 is currently in construction, and 7 are in design slated for 2027 construction. And 8 projects will be starting design this summer. These collaborative efforts with the MSBA reflect $696 million in construction costs, with just over $263 million in reimbursement coming back to the City of Boston. We are excited to submit the statement of interest to the MSBA 2026 core program for the Melvin H. King South End Academy. If we are accepted into the program this year, the school will be on a path towards a significant capital investment in the future. I'll now pass it on to Dr. Harold Miller.
Hello, everyone, Superintendent, Chair, and school committee members. It's a great honor to be here to discuss not only the building project, but just a little bit about the Melvin H. King. So the Melvin H. King South End Academy is a specialized public day school serving students with diverse strengths and complex needs. As a special education program, Melvin H. King South End Academy supports students from across the city who have not been well served in traditional settings. As the district has expanded inclusive practices and increased therapeutic supports in traditional schools, enrollment has declined. Overall enrollment has increased from approximately 300 students in 2020 to 160 in 2023 and 80 students in 2025. After COVID, the rollout of the inclusive education plan and the redesign of entry and exit criteria to better align the least restrictive environment have also contributed to this decline. In 2024, Superintendent Skipper established a moratorium on new placements to initiate a comprehensive reset and restructure of the school's leadership, staff, and support model. For school year 26-27, enrollment is projected at approximately 65 students. Melvin H. King Southern Academy is now in an active rebuilding phase grounded in the Melvin H. King way, asking ourselves, what would Melvin H. King do? And our core values, safety, respect, responsibility, perseverance, and kindness, and a clear commitment to equity-driven transformation. Through extensive engagement with school and district community members, 5 strategic goals and priorities have been identified. One being high-quality therapeutic and academic programming. Second, operational systems alignment. External collaboration and partnerships, especially with interagency collaboration and alignment. Physical plant improvements, and clear entry and exit protocols. This work will be supported by an August Institute to align all staff, along with tiered home and community visits prior to the start of the school year. Looking ahead, Melvin H. King Southern Academy is transitioning to a 5th through 12th grade model with long-term enrollment projected at approximately 100 students. And I'll pass it back to Chief Stanislaus.
Thank you. For context, the school was previously split across 3 buildings, all of which are amongst the lowest quality facilities in the district, according to the district-wide Facilities Condition Assessment. In school year 25-26, the school vacated the St. Mary's space, and in school year 26-27, the Melvin H. King South End Academy will vacate the Peterborough building and consolidate into one building on Warren Ave in the South End. If this project advances into the eligibility phase, the MSBA will evaluate the Warren Ave site along with other potential locations. The current facility was not designed to be a therapeutic school, and it is in poor condition. According to our Facilities Condition Assessment, across every domain, the building at Warren Ave falls well below the district's average. We are confident in this application to invest in this community. I'm going to be honest. The MSBA core projects and all construction projects take time. If we are accepted into this program, there are years of planning and design work with the school community. Construction likely would not begin until 2031, per the timeline for the MSBA projects. As with all of our MSBA core projects, this is a multi-generational investment, and our facilities and operation teams will continue to make all necessary upgrades to maintain a safe, well-functioning learning space for students in the meantime. For next steps on this application, we are asking for your vote tonight. The statement of interest is due this Friday, April 17th, and we've been working closely with the school community to prepare it. We expect to hear about advancement at the end of 2026, and we'll keep you updated. This concludes our presentation, and I'll now pass it back to the chair.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Anybody? Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. And I just have a quick question. Since the school serves students with complex academic and social emotional needs, how will students be involved in the designing or giving feedback on the new facility and programs?
Thank you for that question. As part of the MSBA design process, when we select a design team for the MSBA, it includes a team that focuses on engaging the community. As part of that engagement work, students, teachers, community, members of the Melvin H. King community will be engaged as part of that process. So there's a dedicated team that leads the engagement.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, sure. Hi. Um, Assuming that everything goes as planned and MSBA approved our project, the construction will start in 2031.
Yes, 2031.
How come it takes that long? From now is 2026. And
Yep.
so the process of getting paper and everything takes about 5 years?
Yeah, so we currently have 3 other projects in the MSBA pipeline. So currently we have the Shaw Taylor that's heading into design. We have the Root Batson and also Madison Park. And with that, we will go into the eligibility period for the MSBA if selected at the end of the year. So usually we'll hear back from the MSBA in December. So that takes a couple of months, and it takes about sort of closer to another year to move through the eligibility period. And then there's procurement timelines to procure an owner's project manager. And once an owner's project manager is on board, it takes like another long timeline to procure a designer to go through the process. It's quite an extensive process, and when we're going into design, the engagement piece is really extensive, engaging students and families and staff, because a part of this is like we want to do it right. We're building a building that will be in our community for generations to come.
Yeah. So while the construction wouldn't happen until then, there's many other parts of engagement with the community, building out our educational vision for it. So the community will be very much involved in all of that over the 3 years leading up to when construction actually happens.
Just another dumb question from me. Given the project of this size, and that it takes a while to put together, the construction and to complete it. During that time, is there any in-kind from us, or is that or the money comes directly from MSBA?
Sorry, do you mind repeating the question?
What I'm asking is the process is pretty lengthy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there are steps along the line.
Yes.
The final budget for the construction, will it be 100% from MSBA, or is there a
No.
No.
no?
Good.
Okay. No, MSBA does not cover 100% of the cost. When we hear back from the MSBA in December, if we're moving through the eligibility period, we'll go to the city council to request the first phase, which is a smaller amount of money to cover like costs through the eligibility period. We'll go back to the city council a second time, but this is the MSBA, and Brian McLaughlin is here. He can share the percentage in which we are reimbursed by the MSBA on projects. So it's not they don't fully cover the cost. There's a certain percentage that the city is like reimbursed on all of the MSBA projects.
Brian, can you come up to the mic just because the people at home need?
The calculation rate for the MSBA projects are calculated on an annual basis. For 2025, the reimbursement rate will be just over 61%.
61%.
But by the time we enter into the feasibility study agreement with the MSBA, it may change. They usually don't fluctuate that much. So it'll be probably around 60% of eligible costs
I see.
of the project.
So the changes may be increased in terms of reimbursement, or is there a likelihood of that being somehow decreased?
Yeah, it will likely be right around that 60% over the past several years. We've seen it fluctuate from high 50s to the low 60s. So it's usually right around that.
I see. And of course, we have budget for that.
So this will come out of capital dollars. But again, with capital, because we have three large projects that are over the course of the next 5 years, this is a little bit more forward-looking. But in order to be considered, we have to enter eligibility now.
Thank you.
This might be, I'm sorry, did you? I'm sorry. This might be too premature as we're not talking about breaking ground until 2031. But has there been any consideration around the particular staffing model that might exist, at this school?
So Dr. Miller and the staff leadership at Melvin H. King has been doing a lot of work around this as part of the rebuild. Harold, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, what I'll just say is that right now, with the student population decreasing, we have had cuts, but we were at a 3-to-1 ratio with staffing. We're at a 1-to-1 ratio right now. So we still do have enough staffing to support the projected 65 students. I could break it down by teachers. I mean, we have a lot of different roles, but staffing wise, we're in a good place.
Yeah, they've come up with a true therapeutic design so that it's teams of teachers that are supporting and grade appropriate. So instead of stretching across, a second or first grade to graduation, they're really focusing on grade appropriate 5 through 12, particularly with the high school component of building out the things that high schoolers want and need. Because for too long, we've asked students with the highest level of need to trade off getting that need fulfilled for sacrificing these other things. And we cannot do that anymore.
And I would also just add that aligning to Mass Core and making sure that we have, we offer Spanish classes, we offer instructional technology, we offer cosmetology, art, and just making sure that students have a full experience.
I think that connects well to one of my questions, which was around the ultimate enrollment goal. I think, Dr. Miller, you said that for the longer term, it's at 100 students. And I'm curious whether that's because of the narrowing of focus to grades 5 through 12, whether that's because we're coming down to a single site, or whether that's actually the full need of the student fit for that level of therapeutic care. Just transparently having a building that's going to receive that level of investment and will have the academic program to match. I think the natural question is, why not more than 100 if it serves the students well? And so I'm just curious on where that number comes from.
Well, obviously, we've had a lot of data over years where we're looking at enrollment patterns as well as with our inclusive education plan. So schools are building capacity to, keep students and not just move them. And then at the same time, we're looking at the Melvin H. King as a sort of a bridge in a way that when a student comes to Melvin King, if they're referred to Melvin King, one, what is the support that the school needs to refer a student? How are we transitioning a student? But also, how are we making sure that students don't just stay at the Mel King and they can actually go back to a traditional setting? So that is a shift. As we know, for many years, students would go and too many would just stay for many years. And we're trying to look at, if a student does enter, how long does that need to be? And using the expertise of the sending school, the expertise of our current staff to really look at a lot of data to determine how long a student needs to stay.
Yeah, and I think that Dr. Miller and Principal O'Shea have done a really good job with staff of establishing clear entrance criteria, which I don't think was in place And so what you actually had were students being assigned to a more restrictive setting than they needed. This is the most restrictive setting we have, in the sense of, much like the Carter, it is a particular profile of student that needs the therapeutic component. And so this would be a step even beyond a self-contained program. We just need to make sure that students are appropriate for that setting. And to Dr. Miller's point, that we are building up for students and stabilizing students and giving them the skills and supports so that they can re-enter a less restrictive environment with the right supports. So that's much different than what has happened over history with Melvin H. King School. And so the 100 is a fluid number, right? Not the goal that, like other schools, you fill at 100 and you keep the 100. The 100 students today are going to look different than the 100 students next year. They're going to be different kids.
That said, is the plan to still ensure that it's a diploma granting institution?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And with, the narrower criteria, are you imagining potential out of district placements as well as a therapeutic day school? I mean, meaning receiving from other districts?
Yes, potentially. So Melvin H. King always had a history of, when a student would come from another district or come from an out-of-district school, if the IEP were appropriate and the services needed, they would be able to attend Melvin H. King to get those needs met. That would continue. I think the main point that Dr. Miller made is that the goal here is mass core for our students at Melvin H. King going forward. And so that is the academic, and the rigor of the academic will be there, but with therapeutic support. That is the goal. So whether a student is there freshman year or sophomore year and they're attaining their credits and then going back into another high school, that student can take those mass core eligible credits with them.
My last question was just where this falls kind of in the larger long-term facilities planning, in terms of how was Melvin H. King South End Academy going to be modernized and addressed without MSBA, or was the plan always for MSBA, but the opportunity has come earlier than expected? Just where does this fall in our larger view of plans for schools across the district?
So on for the Melvin H. King, and where it falls into sort of like the broader investments across like capital. So there is, as I think everyone probably knows, there's like a list of schools, right, that we have or made commitment to. So the mayor superintendent has made sort of like capital commitment to. And one of the things that our team does year over year, as we're looking at mergers and closures, right? We do sort of like a comprehensive look across all of our schools, high schools, elementary schools, where we can do either larger investments or smaller investments. Melvin H. King is one of the schools back in 2022 where a commitment was made for a new building for that school community. Some vision and work started then, and it ended at vision and work. And so this is like a next step forward in the process. I think all of the schools that we have moved forward with some sort of vision and work and or commitment was made to communities. And I think one of the things that was really essential before we could move forward with any of that work, we had to do the facilities condition assessment to understand buildings, and we had to have a long-term facilities plan and also look at data to think through how are we sort of like doing some right sizing work in the district, and where we should actually be investing year over year. So this is some of the work that our team has been doing.
Thank you for your presentation. very excited to see this coming before us. And not only just about the building itself, which, as you said, going back to 2022, there was a promise, but the fact that this time, as we move forward, we're taking a strong look at the overall programming to make sure that the programming for this group of students is what it needs to be. Many people have said that the school has just been a landing place disproportionately for Black and brown young men. And that the fact that we are going from 300 to 80 to 65 to 100 means that we are taking a look at these young people as individuals and looking across our district to create the better kinds of opportunities for them. So looking forward to seeing what this school can become as a model for us as we think about some of our most vulnerable students in terms of creating a wide range of opportunities so that they can get their needs met. So thank you, and we look forward to taking action on this later this evening.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, team.
So we will move on to general public comment. Ms. Parvex?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for individuals to address the school committee on school-related issues. Questions on specific school matters are referred to the superintendent. Questions on policy matters may be discussed by the committee later. The meeting will feature 2 public comment periods, with the first comment period limited to 1 hour. After 1 hour, anyone who hasn't testified will have the opportunity to do so at the end of the meeting. We have 20 speakers this evening. Each person will have 2 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please feel free to email your comments for distribution to the committee. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. The time that an interpreter uses for English interpretation will not be deducted from a speaker's allotted time. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. Please note, the comments of any public speaker do not represent the Boston Public Schools or the Boston School Committee. Please state your name, affiliation, and where you live before you begin. Please sign in on Zoom using the name you registered with for public comment and be ready to unmute and turn on your camera when it's your turn to speak. Please raise your virtual hand when I call your name. And to support interpretation, please speak slowly and clearly. We will start with our in-person speakers. Our first speakers are John Mudd, Jillian Lirani, Julia Morales, and Betsy Santana. John Mudd.
Good evening. My name is John Mudd. I'm a resident of Cambridge and a longtime education advocate in Boston. The 2026 Opportunity and Achievement Gap Policy of the Opportunity and Achievement Gap Task Force that will be presented to you later tonight is often eloquent, thoughtful, and thorough. I strongly urge the school committee to adopt it as the official policy of VPS. Most important, it continues the commitment to the elimination of opportunity and achievement gaps as the North Star priority for the district, and makes clear that it will remain a core and urgent priority for the district regardless of changes in leadership. It ensures that the OAG task force will serve as the external advisory board of the school committee. It states the superintendent will appoint a senior leader reporting directly to the superintendent with authority to coordinate and monitor all aspects of the policy. It reaffirms the racial, cultural, and linguistic diversity of teachers and paraprofessionals shall reflect the diversity of the students, and it speaks to the importance of establishing measurable annual goals and accountability. On an issue I have testified about repeatedly, it establishes a priority for the significant expansion of bilingual education and the development of long-term plans with clear goals and timetables to guide the growth of bilingual education programs for multilingual learners and the recruitment of bilingual educators. As policy, all of this is admirable and should be adopted. But as long-term observer, we all know that the critical issue for overcoming opportunity and achievement gaps is implementation. I hope you adopt the plan and policy, but I also implore you to follow up with urgency, to monitor programs, to insist on change where it is necessary, and thank you.
Our next speaker is Jillian Lirani. Lirani. No. We will continue with Julia Morales. No. Betsy Santana.
Good evening, members of the school committee. My name is Betsy Santana. I'm a BPS alum and licensed independent clinical social worker in Boston Public Schools. With nearly 2 decades of experience serving students and families in high-need communities, I'm here today not to criticize, but to bring clarity to a critical gap that directly impacts student care, staff safety, and district liability. BPS social workers are being asked to provide clinical services, including IEP counseling, crisis intervention, and trauma-informed care, yet there is no consistent district-wide structure for clinical supervision to support the work. In any other clinical setting, this would be not optional, it would be required. Without supervision, there is no standardization of oversight of clinical quality. Social workers are left personally liable for complex clinical decisions. Staff are navigating trauma-heavy environments without adequate professional support, and ultimately, students receive inconsistent levels of care across schools. This is not just a workforce issue, this is a system and risk management issue. We cannot define this role as clinical and convenient and then fail to provide the clinical infrastructure that sustains it. I also want to name that many social workers have been operating in silence, without clarity, without communication, and without support. That silence is now breaking, and what is surfacing is concern, confusion, and in some cases, harm. We have an opportunity right now to correct this. My ask is simple and actionable. Establish a district-wide clinical supervision structure for social workers aligned with licensure requirements. Compensate and utilize independently licensed clinicians to provide supervision as a standard across all clinical fields. Create a clinician-led advisory group to help design and implement this structure with fidelity and sustainability. We are not asking for anything extra. We are asking for alignment between what is expected of us and what is required to do that work safely and efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next group of speakers, are Anne Hernandez, Julie Valencia, and Pete Mullen.
Good evening, Chairperson and members of the school committee and Superintendent Skipper, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Anne Hernandez. I'm a BPS alum, a Boston resident, and a social worker for the last 26 years. I want to put a human face on what it means to 4 district social workers, which includes us live DSW from next year's budget cuts. Cutting 3 district social workers from next year's budget is not a small adjustment, as it directly affects 37 schools, over 13,000 students, and 71 school-based social workers who will have to be redistributed to the 6 remaining district social workers. These roles are student-centered, positions that anchor safety, stability, and coherence across our systems. The district social workers currently lead high-level case consultations, provide ongoing mentoring and clinical support to school-based social workers, train staff in de-escalation, safety care, and trauma-responsive practices. In 2024-2025, we trained 329 BPS staff and 179 to date this school year. We are also the district's crisis response team. We coordinate safe, supported placement and transitions for vulnerable students and strengthen student support teams. To make this more concrete, one of our district social workers, who is currently not on the budget for next year,
30 seconds.
I'm sorry, say that again.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Trained 140 staff members in safety care, provided 68 instances of clinical support and mentoring to school-based social workers, completed 96 high-level case consultations, coordinated support for 45 students in transition to ensure they landed in safe, supportive environments, participated in 49 student support teams. Eliminating 4 of these positions does not cut extras. It dismantles a critical safety and support infrastructure that holds our schools together on the hardest days. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Valencia.
Hello, Chairperson and members of the school committee. I'm Julie Valencia. I'm a district social worker. I live in West Roxbury. I'm speaking tonight about the 3 district social worker positions being cut for the upcoming school year. This is a third of our team, as there are 10 of us this year to support the 9 school regions, as well as the SLIFE programs. I urge you to reconsider this decision in order to provide the support that BPS students, families, and school communities deserve. While some aspects of the DSW role are systemic, there are also pieces of our role that include direct work with students and families. Most of our role, including both systemic and direct work, is done inside school buildings and in collaboration with school-based staff, as well as with students and families when needed. In terms of direct support with students, we assist with crisis support and stabilization, risk assessments, and safety planning. We make up the crisis team that responds to school crises across the city. The crisis work includes supporting schools in the aftermath of school-based or community-based emergencies, often for days after the event. We also provide the de-escalation and physical management training for BPS schools. This decrease in our team will affect our capacity to train school-based staff. Direct service work also includes IEP counseling, home visits, and parent interviews as part of the IEP evaluation process. These home visits with both school-based and district staff further fills the support gaps that schools struggle to meet, especially when there are barriers that impact students getting to school, such as chronic absenteeism, school avoidance, mental health needs, and other factors in the community that may impact students and families and their movement within their communities. Systemically, we work on lots of systems like school culture and climate, coaching, leading professional development, collaborating with student success teams, and streamlining resources across the city. Thank you.
If you weren't able to finish it, the 2 speakers, you can always send the testimonies to me, okay? And then I will send it to the members. Pete Mullen.
Good evening. My name is Pete Mullen. I'm an educator at the Curley School and a member of the Boston Teacher Union Working Group on Multilingual Education. I would like to comment on the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Task Force policy. As an educator for multilingual learners, I can speak for many of my colleagues when I say that this policy represents a welcome shift in our goals for multilingual learners. We're especially grateful to see the language that explicitly names that the cultural and linguistic assets of multilingual learners should be valued. We also appreciate the commitment to move with all deliberate speed to strengthen bilingual education and expand access to high-quality programs that develop academic English while sustaining students' home and native languages, as well as the creation of a long-term plan with clear goals and timelines. In the BTU Working Group, we discuss what we see as best practices and challenges to ensuring multilingual learners have the best possible opportunities. We hope that the following ideas can also be considered going forward with this policy. To ensure that multilingual learners with suspected disabilities are assessed in their home language in order to properly identify learning challenges. To research and obtain strong native language curriculum with all of the materials, modification, and training needed for full implementation. Provide full libraries of home language books, not just translated copies of English language titles. Provide meaningful teacher professional development for targeted language instruction and for language acquisition. Hope that supporting and preparing teachers to acquire all the licenses and endorsements they need. Recruiting and retaining bilingual teachers requires clear, accessible pathways to licensure and endorsements, but currently dual language bilingual teachers are expected to pass 4 MTELs and get 2 endorsements at a minimum. Lastly, a program review of inclusive SEI to ensure that multilingual learners are truly being provided with the best possible options for high achievement. Multilingual learners being included in the same way as students with disabilities fails to value their cultural and linguistic assets, which is something this task force and educators of multilingual learners agree is incredibly important. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now transition to our speakers on Zoom. The speakers are Councillor Julia Mejia, Laura Lara Soto, Kenneth Francisco, and Dora Sandoval. Councillor Mejia.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can start.
Okay. Good evening, members of the school committee and the superintendent. Today, I just want to quickly speak on the impact of the district social workers cuts will have on Boston Public Schools. As a city councilor who represents all of Boston, the families and the faculty and staff. Right now, 4 positions are being eliminated, including 3 regional district social workers. These roles have supported 37 schools and over 13,000 students, and they provide guidance to more than 70 school-based social workers across those schools. Their work includes crisis response, staff training, and helping schools navigate complex student needs. They also play a role in supporting the school climate and making sure that the teams have what they need to respond effectively. With these cuts, the number of district social workers goes from 9 to 6. The responsibilities do not change, but the capacity does. Schools will be reassigned, caseloads will increase, and there will be less availability for training, crisis response, and the day-to-day support. We're also hearing concerns from staff about feeling limited in their ability to advocate, which is something that we should take seriously. I'm asking that these positions be reconsidered and that these core supports for students and school communities and reducing them and the real impact that they have. And I'll just end with, at a time when we're dealing with so much on the national level and families are dealing with a lot of crisis, now more than ever, we need to make sure that at the very least in our schools, we're equipped to be able to support the social and emotional well-being of all of our students, especially in this moment in time. And I ask the committee to reconsider these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next 2 speakers are not signed into the meeting, so we will continue with Dora Sandoval, and she will be, and we need a Spanish interpretation for her. Dora Sandoval.
Dora Sandoval. Sandoval.
Hello, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, la escuchamos. Puede
Sí.
comenzar.
Ok.
Can you all hear me?
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Dora Sandoval y vivo en Roxbury. Trabajo como coordinadora en el programa San Steven.
Hello, my name is Sonia Sandoval, and I live in good afternoon. My name is Sonia Sandoval, and I live in the community of Roxbury, and I serve as a coordinator at the program at St. Stephen's.
Quiero comenzar compartiendo una historia personal de la cual me siento muy orgullosa.
I want to begin by sharing a personal story, which I feel very proud of.
Soy madre de 2 niños. Uno de ellos asiste a la escuela Hurley y el otro está en el grado 12. La semana pasada recibimos una noticia donde mi hijo fue aceptado en la Universidad Northeastern con una beca del 100% que cubre todos sus estudios. Como madre, este fue un momento que representa años de esfuerzo, sacrificio y esperanza.
So last week, so about this personal story, I am a mother of 2 children, and one of them attends the Hurley School, and my other student attends 12th grade. And actually, last week, we received the wonderful news that he got accepted to the University of Norristown. And he actually received a full scholarship that is going to cover tuition and other expenses 100%. And this is just an example as a mother that I'm very proud of, because this represents the years of hope, sacrifice, and also hard work.
Mi historia es un ejemplo de lo que es posible cuando existen oportunidades reales para nuestras familias. Este logro no es casualidad, es el resultado del apoyo de programas educativos y de escuelas bilingües que apoyaron a mi hijo a desarrollar confianza en sí mismo, valorar su identidad y luchar por sus metas.
And this story is an example of what is possible when given real opportunities for families. And it is not a coincidence, but it is a result of hard work and also programs, educational programs, bilingual programs that support students. For instance, these programs that supported my son in being able to develop trust in himself. And ¿cuál fue la última parte de desarrollar confianza?
Desarrollar confianza en él mismo y valorar su identidad y luchar por sus metas.
And also for him to value his identity and also fight for his goals.
Por eso agradezco la política del 2026 que promueve la excelencia académica y elimina las brechas de oportunidades y rendimiento. Esta política reconoce la importancia y fortalece la educación académica, apoyando a nuestros estudiantes de manera equitativa, valorando sus idiomas y culturas como una fortaleza.
And this is why I am in full support and I appreciate the 2026 policy to eliminate the opportunity and achievement gaps, because this policy strengthens the equity and to be able to appreciate the different languages of students.
También reconoce que las familias somos parte fundamental del éxito de nuestros hijos.
And it also recognizes that the families are a core, a fundamental and core part of the development of our children.
Mi historia no es la
30
única.
segundos.
Mi historia no es la única, es una de muchas que puede hacerse realidad cuando hacemos las inversiones correctas. Invertir en nuestros estudiantes, en nuestras escuelas y en nuestras familias no solo es una prioridad, es la clave para construir un futuro más justo y lleno de oportunidades para todos los estudiantes. Gracias.
And my story is not the only one, and it's not unique. It is one of many stories, and this is what happens when the correct investments are made in students and families and communities that are the key for full opportunities to be just. Thank you so much.
Gracias, señor Sandoval, y felicidades.
Gracias.
Next speakers are Deidre Manning, Ari Brands, Hayden Chernov, and Yimaris Matias. Deidre Manning.
Good evening. My name is Deirdre Manning. I am a Dorchester resident and parent of 2 public school students. I wanted to remind the school committee and district staff that Superintendent Skipper promised now 3 admission cycles ago that she would provide us with data on student outcomes. And as of yet, my understanding is that data has not been released. And rather than hiring a consultant or doing it in-house, it's been farmed out to 2 separate groups of graduate students at 2 different universities. I feel this information is critical and it really should be provided, already should have been provided. This evening, I wanted to speak about charter school students. So charter school students, some of them receive standards-based grades. These are the grades that BPS 5th graders receive. But BPS 5th graders, because the district understood that these grades were a barrier for these students to get into exam schools, they devised a special process that would allow BPS students only to receive a bit of a boost when converting those grades to the A to F or the, 1 to 11 scale. that is used for calculation for the composite score. Boston Collegiate is a charter school. Boston Conservatory Lab is another charter schools that uses standards-based grades with 4 inputs, just like Boston Public Schools do. And my understanding that Excel Academy, a charter school in East
30
Boston,
seconds.
uses standards-based grades, but with only 3 inputs. So I would like the school committee to look into why there isn't this process allowed for these charter school students. I wanted to remind people that these are exam school seats are publicly funded educational opportunities, and there shouldn't be a special process for BPS students that is not allowed for non-BPS students. This is not equitable, and something should be done to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ari Brands.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ari Brands. I'm a resident of Mattapan and the co-executive director of St. Stephen's Youth Programs. However, tonight I'm here representing the Multilingual Learners Alliance, or the MLA. The MLA is a broad coalition of parents, teachers, education experts, and advocates who are committed to improving the education of multilingual learners in the Boston Public Schools. We have some core principles that we're advocating for. Add languages, don't lose them. Substantially increase access to bilingual education programs. Meaningfully engage families. Develop a citywide asset-based mindset on multilingualism. Recruit, develop, and retain bilingual staff. Spend Title I funds equitably and with accountability. And provide appropriate services for multilingual learners with disabilities. We are so glad to see these principles reflected in essential ways in the revised policy of the Opportunity and Achievement Gap Task Force being presented to you tonight. It calls for expanding access to bilingual education with a long-term plan that has explicit goals and timelines, a long-term plan to expand the number of bilingual educators, encouraging the use of home language by parents, and recognizing the importance of home language in the education of MLs with disabilities, and so much more. We urge you to make this the official policy of the school committee and implement it. It's time for a fresh start on this issue. It's time to have a policy for MLs that we can all join hands and rally behind.
30 seconds.
Since our inception, the MLA has been anxious to work with the district in joining together with our mutual resources and energies to improve the education of MLs and MLs with disabilities. This new policy presents us with that opportunity. We strongly encourage you to approve the revised OAG policy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Hayden Chernow.
Hi, my name is Hayden Chernow. I am a Boston Public Schools alum, class of 2023, and the current community liaison for the Center for Law and Education, or CLE. At CLE, we work with families and advocates to help students, especially students with disabilities, access the education they are entitled to under the law. We are a legal resource and advocacy organization focused on ensuring that all students, particularly those from low-income communities, can learn to high standards. I'm here today to speak about the MCAS Alternative Assessment, or MCAS ALT. While passing MCAS is no longer a graduation requirement, all students are still expected to learn grade level content. But students identified as having the, quote, most significant cognitive disabilities may be placed on the MCAS ALT. And in practice, once students are placed on this track, they can be taught to lower standards and held to lower expectations. This has serious consequences. We continue to see that multilingual learners, Black and Latinx students, and students from low-income families are disproportionately placed on this track. Through our work with families, we've seen that some students can be placed on the MCAS ALT inappropriately and are not fully informed about what that placement means. And that's where we see CLE's work come in. We offer trainings to help families understand what the MCAS ALT is, what their rights are, and how to best advocate and prepare their children for success. We would welcome the opportunity to partner with the district and community organizations in making sure parents understand how this system works and how to support their child in a pathway to success. For more information and interest, please reach out to the Center for Law and Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Irmaris Matias is our next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mari Matias, and I live in South End. I'm a single mom. I'm a single mom of two. My son attended at O'Brien Math and Science High School. And as well, I'm a BPS graduated and a paraprofessional. And I would like to thank the dean that works so hard on the 2026 policy to promote the academic excellence and eliminate opportunities and achievements gap by consider the families and the community in the usage actions. I would like to tell you a little bit about my story. When I was a youth, and when I was a youth, when I came to this country at 13 years old, I came with not knowing any English and not understanding anything at all. I was lucky enough to came to a high school which had a vocational program and also a bilingual program. Thanks to my parents to enroll me to that school. I'm proud to say that I'm bilingual right now and I graduated high school. And thanks to that, I passed my paraprofessional exam. I'm ready to go back to BPS to become an
30
staff.
seconds.
Thanks again to the team for your hard work in creating and to keep advocating to creating new bilingual programs and opportunity to new students that like me come to this country not knowing English and having this program accessible for them will be great addition to their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Katie De La Rosa, George Physic, and Dave Edwards. Katie De La Rosa.
Good evening. My name is Katie De La Rosa. I'm the Inclusion Liaison at the Boston Teachers Union, and I'm a Boston resident. Tonight, I'm representing the BTU Inclusion Done Right Committee to speak in support of the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Policy, specifically Objective 3.9, Advancing Inclusion and Accelerating Learning for Students with Disabilities. We believe that the policy correctly centers equity for Black, Latino, and multilingual learners with disabilities to have full access to inclusive settings and grade level curriculum. We applaud the goals of reducing the disproportionate placement of Black and Latino boys in substantially separate settings and reducing the concentration of students with disabilities in chronically underperforming and transformation schools. As a committee, we have an urgent ask, which is to pair the policy's commitments with fully funded implementation of evidence-based models and resources. We ask for the school committee and the OAG task force to include the following recommendations to the policy implementation. 1, appropriately value the role of the paraprofessional as an essential member of the inclusive instructional team. 2, adopt and scale proven inclusive instructional models and ensure that classroom teams receive sustained collaboration time and professional development. 3, require fidelity checks for IEP referral processes and resource allocations to ensure the necessary supports are consistently provided for students with disabilities to have access to grade level standards. We urge you to pair the priorities of closing opportunity gaps and reducing disproportionate restrictive placements with the proven tools, sustained funding, and accountability needed to implement at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next 5 speakers are not signed into the meeting, so that concludes public comment. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clarbex, and thank you to those of you who spoke this evening and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is very important to us. Our 2 first action items this evening are the grants for approval totaling $478,158.82 and the in-kind donation for approval totaling $1,500. Now I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for any final comments.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. So as Chair said, 9 grants for your consideration tonight, totaling more than $478,000. The largest grants are a $200,000 Massachusetts Department of Education playground earmark increase, which then serves 1,068 students at the O'Donnell and Hale Elementary Schools and English High School for the redesign and rehabilitation of outdoor recreation spaces for students of varying abilities, including multi-sport courts and playground and exercise equipment. Second is a more than $66,000 community biodiversity grant serving 2,339 students at the Curly, Hurley, and Higginson Lewis K-8, so Baby Higgy and the 3 to 8, Lee Academy, and the Manning and King Elementary Schools. The funding will be used to restore degraded urban habitat by removing invasive species and restoring habitat for pollinators and birds that will serve as both a hands-on classroom and community garden. Next, there is a nearly $49,000 Aspen Challenge grant that will serve 112 students and 28 coaches across 14 schools. The funding will support the Aspen Challenge, a project-based program where students develop solutions to social issues in their communities, as you saw earlier in the presentation. And finally, every year, BPS receives a mid-year adjustment to our main federal entitlement grants that may result in an increase of funding to the district. The district will receive approximately $162,000 in additional Title I, II, III, and IV funding from our federal grants through the state. These increases will fund academic instruction, student opportunities, and family engagement under Title I, educator effectiveness under Title II, English language acquisition under Title III, and college and career readiness, social emotional wellness, and technology access under Title IV. There is also before you an in-kind donation. This is from the Friends of the Rafael Hernandez Dual Language School, who have donated kindly an outdoor storage shed to the school valued at $1,500. We would ask the committee to vote in favor of accepting this donation as well as our grants.
Thank you. I will now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Anything? No. Okay. There's no further discussion. I will now entertain a motion to approve the grants as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the grants by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the grants are approved. Okay. And if there is no further discussion, I will now entertain a motion to approve the in-kind donation as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the in-kind donation by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the in-kind donation is approved. Our third action item this evening is the approval of the MSBA Core Program 2026 Statement of Interest for the Melvin H. King South End Academy that was presented earlier tonight. Are there any additional questions or comments before we move to a vote? Anybody? No? Okay, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the MSBA Core Program 2026 Statement of Interest for the Melvin H. King South End Academy as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta, Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Thank you. Our final action item this evening is the Mass Core Graduation Requirement Policy Amendment. As you might remember, this was presented at the March 25th meeting. I will now turn it over to the superintendent for final comments.
Wonderful. And congratulations to the leadership and staff of the Melvin H. King South End Academy. So at the last school committee meeting on Wednesday, March 25th, my team presented an update on the Mass Core graduation requirement. Tonight, we are asking the committee to reaffirm our existing policy that states Mass Core is the BPS graduation requirement. In addition, we are asking members to approve our recommendations for alternative measures to address rare or extenuating circumstances. As we reviewed last week, Mass Core was first adopted by this committee in the spring of 2021. Over the past several years, we've been working to ensure that the course coding, standards, credits, and schedule alignment in our secondary schools meet the BPS Mass Core requirement. Over the past 5 years, we have made real progress in supporting our students toward Mass Core completion, including the use of high-quality instructional materials, equitable literacy implementation, a review of the district's course catalog, 1,800 courses, early college and CTE pathway expansion, and AP, IB, art and music classes, elective offerings, and course schedules to support Mass Core. Our school teams continue to work directly with students and families to ensure they are on track to meet the requirements of Mass Core or graduation in general, and to help them get back on track if they're behind. Last week, we shared the details on the acceptable replacements and comparable alternatives for different student groups. Many of these situations are addressed through DESE guidance. We ask for the committee's support of this vote tonight. Dr. Wright, Deputy Superintendent of Academics, Brett Dickens, Assistant Superintendent, College Career and Life Readiness, Dr. Angela Headley Mitchell, Chief of Teaching and Learning, are all here tonight to assist with answering any remaining questions that members may have. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Ms. Garrett?
Thank you. I think that this is an important carve out for special circumstances, as we've discussed in detail in previous meetings. Really understanding that Mass Core is the standard and the bar for the vast majority of students. And I think it's well timed that we are talking about strategic planning this evening, which we know will lead to some outcomes and measures discussion about what our set of metrics are going to be that will be examined every year and improved upon every year. And so I don't have a question. I just really look forward to the percent of students graduating with Mass Core as an annual measure that has an ambitious 5-year target. And that continues to increase every year, just so that it's clear to us and to the public that this is really a special circumstance, and that we are still seeking for the very vast majority of our students to earn a Mass Core diploma.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ms. Blanca Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quiero hacer eco a lo que dijo mi colega sobre esta oportunidad de los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés que presentan esta vulnerabilidad cuando llegan de sus países.
I'd like to echo what my colleague is saying here regarding the vulnerability that our students, the ELLs, to English language students, show when they come to this country.
Porque si ciertamente la implementación del Mass Core representa una gran oportunidad para mejorar la preparación académica de todos nuestros estudiantes.
You have to take in consideration that the Mass Core is a great opportunity to improve the academic performance and preparedness of all our students.
Sin embargo, sin apoyo adecuado, existe el riesgo de aumentar la desigualdad para nuestros estudiantes multilingües.
So you have to consider as well, without the proper support, we might be incurring in not promoting the equalities that should exist in our learners, with our learners.
Porque tienen la vulnerabilidad del idioma.
Because we have to consider that there is the language vulnerability in this population.
Y es importante que las familias sepan que va a haber una evaluación, que va a haber un equipo que va a estar trabajando, evaluando a estos estudiantes y que no van a tener, cada estudiante en particular tiene necesidades diferente a otros estudiantes.
Because it is important for the families to know that there will be an evaluation, there will be a team giving that particular evaluation, and we have to consider as well that every student has a vulnerability, different vulnerability.
Así que yo felicito. Thank you for pay attention in that part because it's important for the students, English learner. You see why it's important the student English learner, your superintendent, your team putting attention in that. Thank you.
Also building on that and what we heard from public comment today about really having an asset-based approach. My understanding is that a lot of examples of the exceptions that are considered is really giving honor to courses taken in other countries before students have transferred here and evaluating those transcripts really carefully and thoroughly as an example. And also appreciate just the framing of the exceptions as being in the realm of similarity to the already existing alternative school requirements, just as a frame for where that leniency might be, and that there is kind of a floor that we're still expecting in situations that are exceptions.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I would echo that. And when I listen to you speak, I think about the original intent of the policy being to prepare students for all of the universities in Massachusetts and reminding ourselves that that's why we're doing it. And so we see multilingualism as an asset, and we want to make sure that all students can thrive, whatever their post-secondary path. And that's really why we do what we do.
Yeah. I just want to thank everybody who has worked on this over the years. When we first approached this in 2021, I think we were naive as a school committee as to what it was. We were trying to make sure students who didn't have access to foreign language had access to it because we understood they couldn't, they weren't having the courses because they weren't being offered. So we knew that there were disparities in what the offerings were across our high schools. But as the work moved forward, we saw that there were many, many disparities and issues that needed to be approved and the 1,800 courses that needed to be aligned and everything. So I really want to thank the district for getting us thus far, knowing that there still is work to do, but that we are on our way, and that I think our students will be better off for it with the opportunities.
Absolutely.
All right. So thank you. So I will now read the motion language so that all members are clear and public too on what we'll be voting on. So it's ordered that the Boston School Committee hereby reaffirms their commitment to the 2021 Mass Core graduation requirements policy, including the 2025 Alternative Education Amendment with additional flexibility for individual student circumstances. There are student situations that may require different but comparable alternatives to courses determined to meet Mass Core graduation requirements. The superintendent or their designee has the authority to review each student's situation to identify alternative courses or exceptions for specific credits. In alignment with the alternative education requirement, all students must successfully complete a minimum of 18 credits across the 4 core subjects of English language arts, mathematics, history, and science in order to graduate. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the Mass Core graduation requirements policy amendment as presented. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Parvex, will you please call the
Thank
roll?
you, Chair. Dr. Alkins,
Yes.
Mr. Peralta, Ms. Polanco Garcia,
Yes.
Ms. Torres,
Yes.
Mr. Tran,
Yes.
Ms. Garrett,
Yes.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Right. Thanks. Because we have a long evening ahead of us with a couple of pretty significant presentations, we're going to just take a 5-minute break so people can take care of their needs and can come back. Yeah. If I need to knock us out. People won't be leaving during.
I know.
You okay? Now we will transition to our report. Our first two reports tonight are the presentation of the 2026 policy to advance academic excellence and eliminate opportunity and achievement gaps, followed by an update on the 2026 to 2031 strategic roadmap. Let's aim to keep each of these presentations to 15 minutes. And I'd like to remind our presenters to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. And I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. So, very special night. As a district, we strive to put the opportunity and achievement gap policy into practice every day in our decision making, in our goal setting, and in our strategic planning. And you'll hear this shortly. The intent of the policy is to close opportunity and achievement gaps for every single student in the district with intentional focus on groups that have been historically marginalized and ensure they have the opportunity to reach their full potential. It has been nearly a decade since the policy was updated, delayed in part to the pandemic. I am truly so happy to be here. This has definitely been one of the best things that we've worked on this year to bring the updated OAG policy forward for the committee's consideration. With the OAG policy as our North Star, we have developed a strategic roadmap that will guide our mission into the next decade. Tonight, we will also present an update to our draft plan, our vision to unlock and support the brilliance and potential of every BPS student in clear, actionable steps that will guide us to the end of the decade. In a few minutes, I will turn the meeting over to Senior Advisor for Strategy and Opportunity Gaps, who you know well, Dr. Colin Rose, and OAG Task Force co-chairs Ellie Shakur, and School Committee member, who you know well, Dr. Stephen Hawkins. After they present the OAG policy, Dr. Rose will walk members through our work to date and lay out the next steps in the strategic planning process. Dr. Rose, members of my team, and the OAG Task Force that guides the district's work have worked hard to align the goals of the policy and the goals of the district. It is fitting that we will also present our initial thinking on our strategic plan in this meeting, as the two must work in tandem for our district to be successful. I want to wholeheartedly thank the OAG Task Force for its partnership and for working with BPS to monitor the district's progress, guide its decision-making, provide support, and hold it accountable. We look forward to continuing to work with the task force to ensure that the goals of the OAG policy are at the center as we go through the district's strategic planning process. We'll ask the committee for its support of the updated policy at a future school committee meeting, and we will continue to update members on our strategic planning. At this point, I will now turn the meeting over to Senior Advisor for Strategy and Opportunity Gaps, Dr. Rose, and OAG Task Force Co-Chair Ellie Shakur.
Good evening, and thank you to the members of the Boston School Committee and to Chair Robinson and Superintendent Skipper for the opportunity to present today. I'm Ayele Shakur, co-chair of the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Task Force, and I am here on behalf of the entire task force. We are so excited for today's presentation. As Superintendent Skipper said, I'm also joined today by our co-chair, Dr. Stephen Hawkins, who's also a member of the Boston School Committee, and by Dr. Colin Rose, who's Senior Advisor for Strategy and Opportunity Gaps. This policy represents 2 years of focused work and nearly 2 decades of commitment to ensuring every student in Boston has access to an excellent education. So let's start with why this policy matters. As Superintendent Skipper said, this policy is intended to be the North Star for the district. It defines who we are accountable to and what success must look like. It centers the students who make up the majority of BPS, students of color, multilingual learners, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students. These identities are not separate, they overlap. Many of our students sit at the intersection of multiple systems of inequity. That means this policy is not about a subset of students, it's about the core of our district. The policy is meant to be revised every 6 years. We are presenting today after 10. And as Superintendent Skipper said, there have been delays due to COVID and leadership transitions, but the urgency has only grown. The data continues to show persistent gaps, particularly for Black and Latino students, multilingual learners, and students with disabilities. That is why this work is not optional, it is essential. So let's give some historic grounding in terms of how we got to this point with the policy. The OAG policy has deep roots in advocacy, particularly through Black Educators Alliance for Massachusetts, also known as BEAM. The policy was first adopted back in 2006, updated in 2016, and now strengthened in 2026. This is legacy work, and we stand on the shoulders of advocates and leaders like Barbara Fields, the late George Cox, Janet Williams, and Nora Toney. The task force itself was created to ensure this policy remains a living, breathing accountability tool. I want to acknowledge the advocacy of Chairman Michael O'Neill, who was the one who actually called for the creation of the task force back in 2015, and then the 2016 policy was adopted a year later by the Boston School Committee. And then that brings us to the role of the task force. We are not symbolic. We are active partners in accountability. Our role is to monitor progress, provide guidance, elevate community voice, ensure this policy translates into real change in schools. I co-chair alongside Dr. Stephen Alkins, and we work closely with Dr. Colin Rose, as I mentioned before. And we want to give a shout out to Chair Robinson, who was the prior co-chair for the task force and served for a period of 10 years. So thank you so much, Chair Robinson. I want to transition to Dr. Alkins, who will share a little bit about why we are here and what the data shows.
Dr. Rose. Sorry. You said Dr. Alkins, Dr. Rose. Sorry.
Dr. Rose.
Hi, good evening, school committee members. The urgency of this work is self-evident. Here you have a literal illustration of the problem. This is a graphic showing 4th grade ELA and 8th grade math scores from the start of MCAS through today. Between the dotted lines, you'll see PARC testing, which was used in between the old and the new generation MCAS. And the blank space is a time we would all like to forget, the pandemic. As you can see, performance has ebbed and flowed, but gaps towards proficiency remain similar across time and have been extremely large for the groups ILA outlined above. Even as we see a bit of an uptick now, we need to find the conditions and support them that allow those lines to consistently rise towards proficiency for these measures and all others. As we begin to close the chapter on the 2016 policy, and the version of the policy, we want to acknowledge the many steps forward that came from that work. This includes everything from CLSP, which brought form and definition to culturally responsive practice in the district, to the Opportunity Index, which created a tangible and scientific way to measure student need outside the context of schools, and everything in between. Much of what you see here was part of the bright spots in DESE's 2019 review of the district.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. And so in terms of the policy that we are about to discuss today, there are a number of stakeholders who provided feedback. We had extensive meetings with Superintendent Skipper and her leadership team, the Division of Schools, academics, the inclusion planning team, instructional leadership team, student input from Boston Student Advisory Council, and various members of the OAG task force who are listed here. A 15-member task force representing parents, school leaders, teachers, Boston Teachers Union representatives, community advocates, people with expertise in Black student achievement, multilingual learners, as well as students with disabilities and sense of belonging and wellness. Those task force members were served as co-authors together with members of the district and the broader community. So here are the 6 goals that are outlined in the policy. Notably, the 2016 policy also had 6 goals, the same 6 goals, although we've added more form and structure to each of them. The first goal, goal 1, is really about accountability and systems. And this goal is really designed to provide a clear outline of how accountability begins with those members here on the bench, with the school committee, then flowing to the superintendent's leadership team, the role of the task force and the designee of the superintendent, all the way down to the school building level and what happens with our schools. It also includes the accountability, how the policy will be measured and evaluated over time, a dashboard, the metrics, and so forth. Goal number 2 is really designed to give the conditions under which closing achievement gaps would need to happen, because we know that mindsets are important, that everyone at all levels in BPS needs to understand culturally and linguistically affirming and sustaining practices, and that includes professional development at all district levels, so that everyone in BPS is holding high expectations and high standards for our young people. Goal number 3 is around advancing academic excellence. And this is the goal where achievement is fully centered. Here we are focused on schools as the unit of change. This is where the magic happens, on the front lines with our teachers and our young people. So here we focus on the importance of strong school leadership, high quality teachers in every classroom, the importance of literacy and academic rigor, student wellness and belonging, and inclusion and supports for diverse learners. As you heard from many of the people during public comment, we also point out here the importance of bilingual education, bilingualism, and home language. And we talk about inclusion, making sure that we are looking out for this disproportionate placement of Black and Latino students and in substantially separate environments, and instead making sure all young people are getting the supports that they need to thrive. If we get this right, students will experience the policy in their classrooms each and every day. Goal number 4 is really about education and leadership diversity. Our young people deserve to see teachers who look like them. They deserve to have teachers that reflect their languages and their lived experience. And so therefore, we really want to focus on the recruitment, the retention, and the support for teachers of color. And this is actually, again, one of the priorities that's been with us from the very beginning back in 2006, when Black Educators Alliance of Massachusetts drafted the very first policy. Goal 5 is really centering our families, our parents, our partners, our students themselves. And so this is the one that's really looking at reciprocal partnerships with those members of our community. It's about shared responsibility, because we know that schools cannot do this work alone. So here we're elevating student voice, agency, and leadership, looking at families as true partners, and looking at the importance of community partners, higher ed, and industry partners as well. And finally, goal number 6, which intentionally comes last, really centers on the role of central office, because we need central office to exist to support schools, not the other way around. And so here the goal is focused on equitable and transparent and efficient operations. And we're looking at things about how funding decisions are made, transparency in school closures and mergers, capital investments and facilities, and so forth. I've already outlined some of the things that are different in this policy, again, centering schools as that unit of change, having more rigor here around accountability and reporting, stronger focus on academic excellence, and really we centered joyful learning, because at the end of the day, if the classrooms are not joyful places, we will not be able to close achievement gaps. And then finally, I'll turn it over to Dr. Alkins, who will talk about the connection between the policy and the strategic plan that you'll hear about next.
Thank you. So on the left, you see a flow chart demonstrating how this policy connects to and informs other key levers for change within our district. So for context, throughout several conversations with the task force, I myself was able to explore and learn the history around the 2016 policy and how it has been taken up by the district and how it's been operationalized over the past 10 years. So in short, alongside with its many accomplishments, the sense that I got was that sometimes the policy was seen as either operating in parallel with the BPS strategic plan and with certain components and tasks being assigned to either individual groups or departments. In many cases, this led to misunderstandings and a lack of clarity around accountability structures. But as you can see, as it's described as our North Star, this policy aims to create better alignment in that this policy should inform school committee priorities, our questions, and the presentations that come before the body. These priorities will in turn inform the development of the strategic plan and have, which will then be carried out by an implementation plan with key performance indicators. Our hope is to create a feedback loop of communication around data that will result in elimination of these gaps permanently and give our students pathways to unbridled success in BPS and beyond. This means that as a school committee, we must be proactive in asking for key data updates at critical junctures to inform our decisions. The elimination of OAGs is not just support for our most vulnerable populations, it will result in a removal of barriers for all students. The work of this task force represents a collective viewpoint that we are not just an external arm of the school committee, but we are thought partners intimately involved in this work and equally committed to the success of our students. In that sense, the structure of this policy that will support monitoring and implementation aims not to silo the work, but create cross-collaborative teams to address its goals. The task force will work in partnership with district representatives to ensure that goals, allocations, and implementation efforts align and progress with cohesive strategy, consistent monitoring, transparency with the public, and urgency. And now I'll pass it over to Dr. Colin Rose to talk through more about the strategic plan.
That's the next presentation. So you want me to pause or you want me to go directly into?
Go through.
Perfect. Let me see if I could get the text.
So for our public, that concludes the presentation specifically on the policy. But again, as Dr. Alkins just explained, the strategic plan is really how the policy is implemented. So that's the next section.
Perfect. Good evening again. So today, alongside the OEG policy, we want to give an update to the burgeoning strategic planning that's going on in the district. As the OEG policy is touted as the North Star of the district, we believe it an appropriate time to bring this update forward as we're bringing forward the policy. During the last iteration of the OEG policy, there was an implementation plan created, which was under my purview at the time. Part of the reason I came back was to support this endeavor, but an opportunity arose. In the past, the OEG implementation plan was a separate implementation plan from the district implementation plan. Now that we are embarking on a strategic plan as a district, the thought was to create a plan in alignment with the OEG policy so that we don't have two separate comprehensive implementation plans and one can serve both. So tonight we'll provide an update on the development of our strategic plan. The goal of this presentation is to share information and invite school committee to give input on the strategic roadmap. And we'll stay kind of at a high level next to the objectives. This slide shows our vision for every student in our district. And I'll read a quote that comes from the 2016 version and still finds its way into the 2026 language. This is credited to Sam Acevedo, who was one of the chairs, Reverend, who was one of the chairs of the task force at the time. Every child in every classroom in every Boston school has the same opportunity to achieve the greatness as anyone else, with the same unfettered access to excellent teaching, joyful learning, and every conceivable tool needed to unlock their brilliance. We want that to be true for every kid in BPS. Below, we have a graphic for the high quality student experience that was created a few years ago with a massive amount of community engagement. The four components include rigorous and culturally affirming learning experiences, supportive network of caring adults, wellness and enrichment, undergirded by physical spaces that support learning. The thought being that the closer we are at creating this type of experience, the closer we can get to our vision. As leadership started thinking about a new strategic plan and the high quality student experience with it, we wanted to leverage multiple foundational building blocks that have been built over the past few years under the current strategic plan. These include the regional school model with academic and wraparound supports for schools, high quality instructional materials and equitable literacy was a lot of the academic work that was going on, the MTSS framework, both thinking about the core instruction that happens in the classroom, but also those tier 2, tier 3 supports that students need to be able to be regulated and ready for class. Inclusive education, making sure that we provide the least restrictive environment for students. Long-term facilities planning, which is changing and shifting the footprint and hopefully providing better spaces and support for our students. Language access, so the increase of bilingual and dual language programming, as well as clearer exit and entrance criteria for students who are learning English. Career pathways, so expanding access to college and career pathways and post-secondary partnerships, and community hub schools, right? How do we embed community resources and coordinate with the communities to make our schools better? From these foundational elements and the definition of the high quality student experience, as well as the school committee priorities, as you all worked on last year, and the OEG policy, leadership decided to create 3 buckets to organize the current impactful work and also identify improvement and new elements to ensure student success. These buckets are high quality instruction. This is a category in which Dr. Simone Wright had great influence in shaping as a leader of the academic strategy. This speaks to how we improve teaching and learning for the diverse set of learners we have in Boston, and especially those who have historically been under or misserved by our instruction. Holistic student supports is the second bucket, which speaks to the conditions and support students need to be in school and ready to learn in our classrooms. And then we have high quality programming and facilities, which speaks to the programming and physical plant we need as a district, as well as throughout the city, to be able to support the teaching, learning environments, support students need to be ready for college, career, and life. Our theory of action comes from the notion that Boston is resource rich, but at times coordination poor. The thought here is that if we align the resources and energies between schools, central office, and the community towards these 3 focus areas in an aligned and coherent way, we will make major strides towards our vision for all students. To start drafting the raw materials for objectives and goals, we enlisted the support of numerous members of our BPS community to work together by topic in cross-functional groups. These groups included folks from different perspectives in the district that have strong connection to relevant topics connected to those 3 bucket areas. Members of the team might work in family engagement. They might work in operations. They might be part of our schools team. The thought was that they can bring their particular perspective, their experience, their wisdom to the table as we envision, and then work to improve that particular phenomenon we were looking at in that group. To do this, we utilized the racial equity planning tool, especially steps 1 through 4, which I'll go into a bit detail in the next couple of slides. Step 1 of the REPT process is connected to understanding the general context and coming to consensus on what improvements the group would like to see at the end of the day, especially as it relates to equitable outcomes for students. That included understanding the current research in the area. So there's an image here around the NCLD report on disproportionality. Disproportionality was one of our groups. These readings grounded groups in a shared understanding of the issue so that we had a solid foundation. Groups also talked about the current and past initiatives and district context connected to the topic, as well as any connections to the OEG policy that was burgeoning and the school committee priorities before identifying some broad desired outcomes. You can go back. Step 2 of the RAPT asks groups to dig into the BPS context a bit deeper through data. All groups were aided by a dedicated member of the data and accountability team, which brought specific data connected to the issues they were exploring. Through this data, groups identified trends and key takeaways. Step 3, each group was given a detailed report built from numerous focus groups conducted across the BPS community. I would like to acknowledge Tamika Buckmeyer, Dr. Tunji Adamande, Stacy Guerrero, among others who organized engagements, connected the sessions and collected data, as well as the Office of Data and Accountability, who helped synthesize and provide themes across those focus groups. Cross-functional team members also conducted empathy interviews with stakeholders from their particular area of the organization to get even more detailed information connected to the current context. Groups created takeaways that, in tandem with steps 1 and 2, began to identify some root causes and clear opportunities. In step 4, these groups started refining objectives, defining broad goals and core actions, taking in the current context, root causes, while also reimagining what improvement would look like in 5 years. These raw materials from these groups continue to be refined. Today, we are bringing forward some solidified high-level objectives in each focus area. These would be the anchors for discrete goals and action steps for implementation. So, in the first focus area, high-quality instruction, there's really 2 objectives. One around systematic effectiveness of our instruction, so increasing the effectiveness of high-quality teaching at scale by leveraging high-quality instructional materials, integrating high-impact literacy practices and other evidence-based practices that support high levels of student engagement and learning for each student across BPS, and especially Black, Latinx, multilingual learners, and students with disabilities. And the second sentence there deals with how we need to share that work across our full broad community. Jumping the gun there. The second objective is really around educator capacity. So how do we match our professional development to ensure that teachers, instructors, and everybody within the district can actually do that? Focus area 2, holistic student supports, has 3 objectives. One around attendance and engagement, right? So increase student attendance and engagement in school through aligned school, central office, and community-based strategies. In order for students to take advantage of high-quality instruction, they need to be in school. And so how do we bring down even more of the barriers? We've done a good job over the last few years in lowering chronic absenteeism, but continuing on that road. And also making our schools places that are so engaging that if there are barriers, families and students will jump over them to get to our schools. Second, student readiness to MTSS, right? Increase student readiness to engage with grade level tasks by growing clear, aligned, and effective MTSS, including academic and whole student supports, right? So making sure that students are regulated and ready in our classrooms. And then third, equity and accountability. And this is a topic that's been brought up multiple times tonight. How do we reduce disproportionality and increase accountability for students in sub-separate settings, especially Black and Latino boys, who often are those in that gap? This, to me, is a pressure test, really, of all of our systems, because those... Oh, sorry. I'll slow down a little bit. Black and Latino boys have historically been stuck in the disproportionality gap, and if we truly have the MTSS, those systems, and the core teaching happening in classrooms that we really want, this should decrease. And finally, focus area 3, high quality student experience through programming and facilities. So one is really just access to high quality student experience through that programming in school buildings that align to HQSE. This is why we're doing all that work around long-term facilities planning. Hopefully students are landing in spaces where they have the programming in the building to support their learning and growth into their life and career in college. Transition supports, so increased supports for students and communities who are directly impacted by grade reconfiguration, school mergers and closures. So we know that our footprint's going to continue to change. How do we ensure that we are increasing the supports for individual families and students, and also school communities that are taking in students and families? And then finally, community integration into all our strategies, right? So how do we coordinate and utilize community resources to extend access to a high quality student experience, both bringing partners into our schools, but also using the spaces in the city as our classroom? When thinking about objectives, it's not only important to identify shared priorities, it's also important to discuss conditions necessary to effectively execute and hold ourselves accountable mutually to those priorities as an entire community. This is key for alignment and coherence. We call these enabling conditions. There are three areas we'll need to explicitly focus on. One, creating and maintaining equity-centered culture and practice. Two, strengthening the systems, structures, and practices for collaboration as a district. And three, aligning resources to our priorities and ensuring structures for continuous improvement and accountability. Moving forward towards implementation, we'll continue to use the RAPT process as we refine and create SMART goals and action steps for our objectives, as well as build out the overall metrics for student success. Finally, our next immediate steps. There are a few discussion points for tonight, namely, are these the right focus areas and objectives? And to a bit of a start to a discussion around goals and or metrics we will use to measure progress. As we continue to develop the plan through the spring, there'll be opportunities to collaborate with you all, school committee, and the OAG task force. This could include that working session that you have on May 20th. And then below you see our timeline for bringing forth the full plan this summer and into next fall. With that, that's me. I'm under 15 minutes by 30 seconds, but I made it. And I open up for discussion for both presentations and especially those two key questions that we asked in this slide.
Yeah.
Thank you
both. And I will now open it up to questions and comments from members. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you so much for the presentations. And my question is more towards how you said that you want learning to be more joyful. So how will like schools make learning joyful while still focusing on some of the academic goals that we have?
I think that that's a good question. So our policy is calling out the importance of joyful learning. I think some of that is going to come through professional development for our teachers, understanding that when you're working with students of color, multilingual learners, students with disabilities, really all students, it has to be engaging and fun. And so I think there's ways that that can be done through project-based learning, music, getting kids out of their seats, getting them to be interactive. I think that type of professional development is as important as other types of PD. And then it's also listening for young people, right? I think young people know what's exciting to them. And it's important that, that's why we really put so much energy into goal number 5, where it talks about student leadership, students having a role on their school site councils or in their school leadership at their sites, and really just listening to what young people want to bring the learning to life. I think we had a great example with the Aspen Challenge. When you give students real world learning, it feels connected to their lives and communities. That's really the things that really make them most excited.
Yeah, I'll piggyback. There is no learning without engagement. So
No, I totally agree with that. I totally agree. My second question is related more towards goal number 4, which says increase educator and leadership diversity across the district. So what are like some of the changes that students will notice in terms of like teacher diversity or staff diversity? And do you guys have like data? Are you guys like collecting data from 8 schools and then like seeing like who to recruit or something like that?
This has been a really challenging area for the district. As you know, as some of you know, there is a Judge Garrity order that goes all the way back to the 70s. There's supposed to be 25% Black teachers across the district. At the time, that stat was based on the student enrollment. Now we have significant number of Latino students. We have all sorts of languages across the district. So it needs to be racial diversity and linguistic diversity in terms of the languages as well. Unfortunately, because of union rules, we know that there's been quite a few teachers that are like sort of the last hired who are now in danger of losing their positions. That's something the task force is focusing on and that we'll really ask this body to really take up because, just as quickly as we're bringing diverse teachers into classrooms, now we're starting to lose them at the same time. But what it should look like is every young person has a chance to experience, not all of your teachers, but there's a good bunch, a healthy mix of teachers in your schools so that, we've had some students who say they've gone all the way through BPS and never had a teacher of color. Like that really shouldn't be the experience. So go ahead.
So something I think I would add on to that is also the licensure process that also exists. And I think we already do have some data that's around sort of the differences that like we find from some of our more underrepresented demographics in terms of educators and how they're able to get through those MTELs. So I think part of what our role will be as a body will be asking for that data so that we can say like, oh, we should be investing more in support for those licensure preparation supports for those like for those teachers as well. I'm not quite sure what the data is around mentorship programs that exist for our educators and for our school principals like as well, because it's not just about recruiting, but it's about retaining like our educators and our school leaders. So that's all just relevant things that we're going to have to look at as a school committee and really think about just the data behind it, which is especially relevant now that we've just passed the budget. So now looking at what is the impact, that first data set that we're going to receive around what has happened to our underrepresented educators.
Yep, thank you.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Thank you for the presentation. This is my first time here, so one of my question is around, I read the preamble,
Yes.
and I think it was fantastic, it was great thing. And one of the questions that I have is about clarifying accountability, and is this is going to be always updated? And what information will be in the dashboard for our families and community? And to see.
Yes. So the policy is supposed to be updated every 6 years. And so it will move in a cycle with the strategic plan as well. I think we actually looked at 5 years. So as the strategic plan is being updated, the policy will be refreshed. It's not designed to be completely rewritten, but at least we will take a look at it to see what might need to be revised. In terms of the dashboard, there will be a data dashboard. The task force is deciding like which data would be maybe shared in more internally versus what would be the public facing dashboard. And at our next meeting in May, we'll be deciding on the key performance indicators. So a set of like 5 to 10 key things that we'll be monitoring from one year to the next or even on a quarterly basis. So that will be shared with, of course, with the school committee. So you all are also being able to sort of follow the progress as we go. Do you want to add?
Yeah, I think that second question around goals and metrics, I think the task force are going to want to see certain metrics. I know you all are going to want to see certain metrics. There's certain metrics that are important to us internally. I think it would be good to align those in a way. So we're not looking at 5 different data sets, but there is a core group of data that we're looking at disaggregating and making sure that all bodies are paying attention to. So I think that would be one of the hopes this spring to try to get us aligned.
And to clarify, the task force will make a recommendation. It will then come to the school committee and superintendent, and you all will whittle that list down. So, because we can't boil the ocean, right? We have to make sure we're focusing on a key set of indicators. And so, we're looking at trying to keep that narrow to about.
And I think Dr. Rose's position is a really important one because it is the linkage between the district and all of our teams and the task force to make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction.
That's right.
To continue with that question, will the dashboard include information about the schools?
That was a question that we discussed at length with the task force. We would love to see it be school by school data. For some of the metrics, it might be by region as opposed to by school. So I think that would be one of the things that we will need to decide, certainly with guidance from the school
Just
committee
if
as
a
well.
family wants some information around a school, they'd be able to go to the dashboard.
That's right.
and
That's right.
Find it.
Yeah, there's likely quite a bit of data that can be disaggregated to the school level if it's not already. There would be some things that we would not want to put out there because it could be personnel or it be more sensitive data, in which case we would do it at a more aggregate level. But we'll work together to make sure that that data is available.
Yes.
And my other question is around staff training. I know that you talked about the cultural, linguistic, and sustainable practice.
Yes.
So will BPS, what measures will we actually have in classrooms so we can see the impact?
Yes, and I will say the CLSP is one of the things that Dr. Rose brought to us back in 2016 and is really been rolling across the district. But why don't you speak to how you're measuring that?
Yeah, I think any tool that we're using around classroom practice should embed CLSP. When we think about climate and culture in our spaces, that should be reflected in kind of what families feel, what students feel when they come into the buildings, when they come into bowling. So I think we have some existing measures that already do that. Now, training is another thing that's got to be embedded in our professional development at all levels. So folks are prepared to really, in a real way, live that value out so that we can see improvement.
I think it's also embedded in quality school plans and
Yeah,
performance evaluations and so.
Yeah, and any major measures, it should be embedded.
Yeah.
So that way we can see if the implementation is working and if it's not, what will be in place to support?
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
Because it's not always working. So we have to be able to monitor that as well. Mhm.
So my other question, I don't know if I go into the strategic plan.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the equity impact statement, it was like, there was a statement in the last page that talked about a tracker
Mhm.
and the development of the implementation of that tracker.
Yeah.
And there is a designated owner of that tracker. So my question is, what is the intent of the tracker? And how do you imagine this will roll out?
Yeah, so the original implementation plan in 2017, we had a tracker. So it really tracked where we were in our goals. So we had put out what the goals were to the community, and you could see kind of our progress as goals were being met, if they were overdue, if they were kind of late. So it gave the community a chance to see where we were in progress to the things that we committed to. And so the hope would be to have a similar process with our goals at the strategic plan level. That's separate from the main metrics of the district, but it would be just a way to hold ourselves accountable to doing the things we say that we're going to do in the plan.
And then just as the way that actually played out, I mean, the departments would come and really present on progress towards goals, and we would look at the original goals and sort of track, as green meant they were on target, yellow was like, yeah, it's in progress. And then red meant like, this is like, we're not seeing the progress we needed to see. So I would imagine there'd be something along those same lines.
Yeah, there was an internal way for us to figure out like where people were, but it was a dashboard connected to the actual goals to say where we were.
So when you talk about a designated owner, what does that mean?
In the district?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, it said that there will be a designated owner for the major step, like designated to follow up on. that.
Oh, you're talking about the actual goals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like action steps and goals would be owned by folks, right? In offices, so that it's not just this ambiguous, like, hey, we have this goal around something. Folks need to own goals, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think this was one of the challenges from before, that it didn't filter beyond the highest levels.
Yeah.
And this has to be the core work of every person in the district. for it to work. And that means every department leads, the deputies will all be taking this and internalizing this. And it comes out in the prioritization of, and their own kind of goals. How are they going to be measuring it? In what order are they doing it? What's the resources they're going to be using? So this is really to go across the district.
And I'll just add to that point, back in 2016, each department had its own goals, but now it's cross-functional teams. So it's no longer being siloed, like one department's doing this, another department's doing that, whereas now it's cutting across departments as it needs to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tran?
Thank you for developing a very thorough and well-detailed policy.
Thank you.
And I noticed that, well, just a comment, that I know that you gauge your expectations in developing this dependent upon the percentage of students meeting or exceeding MCAS. MCAS is no longer part of our equation. But looking at the graph on whatever page that is, it's very depressing. The policy exists since 2006. Now 2026. I know that we have continuously revised it every 6 years, except for those 2 years I was here too. So except for those 2 years of COVID, but still, I'm hoping, I'm really hoping that with this thoroughly planned, particularly on, I stress as member
Yes.
mentioned professional development. One way or another, students' achievement depends on the teacher's emotional intelligence and other intelligence relating to his or her teaching capability. That graph below 50% since, I don't know, since 2006 until now. Hopefully, with what you are doing right now, the next time that we have some graphical data, it shows a little above 50%.
Right. Yes.
I don't know, but that got to be the reality of our situation. Otherwise, we'll keep developing it, we keep putting it together. Another 6 years, we come up with other plans, but the reality is there. Opportunity and achievement gap has been the controversial issues even before I get on board here.
Yes.
It was one of the major questions when I was interviewed. So 8 years down the road, it's still here.
That's right. 20 years down the road, it's still here. So we have a lot of work to do. And I think that there has been just a lack of coherence and alignment in the strategies. We have seen in past iterations where, there was a strategic plan sitting, there was the policy sitting on one shelf, and as Dr. Rose said, a different strategic plan with a different set of goals over here. And then the school committee would go set a set of priorities over there. And none of those documents were speaking to each other. And so really what we tried to do here with this policy is create that line of coherence. This is the first time in the district's history where the policy and the actual implementation and strategic plan is being connected through the same person, to the superintendent's designee, which is Dr. Colin Rose. So that's a huge change in the way this was implemented, where you had different people sort of running different pieces of the strategy. Now we've got the coherence and alignment that is really important. And of course, leadership matters. We've got Superintendent Skipper, we've got Dr. Rose, you got the task force monitoring, you've got now the school committee where you all have weighed in on the policy. We've got Dr. Alkins. We're going to ask for a second school committee member to also serve on the task force. And again, that just creates more of that alignment. It has to be one set of sheet music for the district. Too often, the district is moving to multiple pieces of sheet music. It's all playing wonderful songs, but none of it's coordinated, right? It's just sort of, it has to be everyone moving in that same direction. I think we have the shot at this based on the players and the policy and the strategic plan being aligned directly to the policy.
I would say you have deputies and chiefs that need to be highly involved, obviously. And then I think for improve, like I talked about ebbs and flows, I think we're trying to see steady improvement, right? Not some miracle, but that these lines don't ebb and flow, that we have a strategy that has continuous improvement throughout the years that is steady.
I see some of
And the boots on the ground. I want to reinforce, the school is the unit of change. So this policy is really trying to focus more heavily what's happening in our schools with strong leaders, strong teachers, and student engagement and joy.
my last comment before I yield to other members. Thank you for having paying special attention to language, ELL and students with disability.
Yes.
I do appreciate that. Hopefully, the graph regarding those category will somehow fluctuate upward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
No, I was just going to say, just one quick clarification. We still are using MCAS, right, as part of the benchmark, but not singularly, right? This is also where like MAP and some of our internal assessments are really important. And I think that's one of the great things that's come out of working together with the task force is it's not just one measure, it is multiple measures, right? So
That's right.
just want to like give you a shout out for staying focused on that as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say thank you, team. Excellent job.
Thank
I
you.
think it's really, really, really good. Pude ver que ustedes identificaron el problema.
Thank you very much to the team. As Rafa said, I was able to notice that you really identified what the problem was.
Identificaron el problema, escucharon la comunidad y plantearon soluciones sólidas.
You identified the problem, you heard the community, and you proposed very solid solutions.
Hicieron un plan estratégico que conecta con el trabajo que hicieron con las políticas.
So you designate and you created a strategic plan that is connected to the policies that were to be implemented.
Yo creo que el lenguaje también que utilizaron es bien importante.
I also believe that the language that you use in this process is very important as well as we're trying to convey what we're trying to.
Y eso nos indica a nosotros que podemos convertirnos en un distrito bien robusto.
Which indicates that we have the ability and the potential to become a very solid district.
Yo creo que debemos tomar este ejemplo. Hay muchas cosas en el distrito pasando, hay muchas personas con muy buenas intenciones y que hacen buen trabajo, pero a veces no se sabe porque no se alinean.
There's so many things that are happening. There's so many people doing great things, but sometimes we are not aware of this because they do not align these things. They're not communicated.
Por eso yo creo que en la alineación, en la misma cabeza está la solución muchas veces.
I do believe that the solution is in being aligned. The solution is in alignment itself.
Y cuando hablaban del trabajo de campo, de que van a ir a las escuelas, van a ver, a supervisar cómo va el progreso.
You also mentioned about the field work that you were going to go directly to schools to be able to monitor the progress that was embedded there.
Esto va a ser determinante para ver qué está funcionando bien y qué podemos mejorar.
So that will be critical in terms of determining what is it to be improved and what is that we can improve as well.
Y no tengo una pregunta así propiamente, pero sí me gustaría, cuando ustedes hablan el objetivo número 1,
I do not have a question per se, but I would like when you guys look at objective number 1 in one of the slides.
cuando hablan de alinear y sostener sistemas y estructura en todo el distrito,
We're talking about alignment and the sustainability of structures in the district itself, across the district,
para impulsar rendición de cuenta
to be able to promote and revise accountability
y supervisión,
and supervision as well.
y obviamente las políticas.
And at the same time, the policies that are being implemented.
Escuché que va a haber un team que va a estar haciendo eso, ¿verdad?
I believe I heard that there is a team that will be in charge in doing this. Is that correct? There will be an assigned team of doing this.
Well, it's really up to the superintendent's team, her leadership team, all of the different deputy regional superintendents and so forth to carry out the work all the way down to the school leader level and to the teachers on that front line. Our job as the task force is just to monitor, to be critical friends, to really just make sure progress is being made.
And also to provide recommendations. I think one of the things we didn't necessarily go into was actually the breadth of expertise that is sitting on the task force and the different sectors that they represent. And so hearing much of the feedback around the development of the policy, I'm just very reflective on the amount of time that we went back and forth on just the verbiage of every single section. And so that has come out. But really, I think where the task force also has that power is in coming with recommendations that are coming from a range of just different expertises and sectors. And so in that sense, it can be collaborative with the district. Like there is flexibility within the policy to understand that the district has to be able to figure out how to best implement this. And at the same time, the task force does have a lot of wisdom to offer in that regard.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And recommendations that are also listed in the policy. I will also just add for goal number 1, I'm so glad that you pointed out goal 1, Ms. Garcia, because the task force at one point felt like if we had goal 1, we didn't need the other goals. So it was really focused on how are we aligning this work. And so I think as the school committee, as you all think, like where should you as a body really be focusing your energy? Like if you're really focused on how is goal 1 flowing from the school committee to the superintendent to the leadership team, all the way down to those school leaders, that's really where we tried to put a lot of energy into that first goal.
And the last thing I will say about that, and that was why my last statement was around for us, I think as a school committee, it's going to be critical when we receive updates on certain pieces of data and also what we're asking for, right? And so as we, for example, enter into the budget season, for example, this conversation might have been better prior to having the budget season, right? So that's also something for us to keep in mind as we're going through the academic year to say, wait a second, I would love an update on the state of our diversity of our teachers. I would love an update of map goals, where we are, where have we grown, where have we not grown. What are the factors that have gone into that? So I think everything is going to depend on us in terms of what we're specifically asking for, and then also just the schedule of presentations that we'll have over the the years to come, really.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. This OAG policy is described as a North Star, but it really has an incredible amount of detail and the thoroughness and thoughtfulness created by committee. I can't even imagine the amount of time required to do that to get to this point. So tremendous appreciation for a team of volunteers who are just really unified by their commitment to the students of Boston. So a lot of gratitude there. I think building off of where Member Polanco Garcia left off and what you were just discussing, Dr. Elkins, I think we are eager to dig into that goal one and think about how our oversight can move this work forward. And so a lot of my questions are maybe a little bit more technical about how we can get to that point that Dr. Elkins described in terms of having the policy and the strategic plan really dictate our cycle of presentations, our expectations of interim data throughout the year, our determination of what work is for year one, year two, year three of the plan. And so that's kind of where, because I think what I might suggest to Dr. Alkin's point that it would be on us to determine the right agenda for that time. Really, I think the plan should have the level of detail where it's really dictating to us what the work is of that time frame, so that it's really like informing the whole year at a glance in terms of what we need updates with. So I think a question I'm maybe getting to by the end is, when will that level of detail be completed to really have this work sequenced? Because this OAG policy has a lot of longevity to it. You know, there is multi-year work here, and the superintendent can't be expected to take up every recommendation immediately next year. But I think it would be fair to the superintendent and to us to know which of those things is being taken up sooner, later, et cetera, and have that mapped out, and then have what the indicators of success would be for each of those initiatives. So maybe I'll stop there for the first question and just ask thoughts on kind of that next level of specificity.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot of raw materials right now that we need to sift through, work with chiefs, department heads, and leaders of offices to make sure that we have the right sequencing. We're going to be working throughout the spring into the summer on that. I think the goal was to bring more detailed goals to you all this summer, and then have that level of detail by early fall, and really work intimately with offices and individuals to make sure that we have ambitious and realistic goals. We know that this is a 5-year window. This policy should, I mean, there might be refreshes, but the essence and the objectives in this policy should be able to last decades, right? And we can't do everything all at once. And so you're right, we need to come back with like the meat on the bones. Right now, I see these objectives as those bones and kind of asking, are we going the right direction? And if we are, great. We'll start building those that meat this spring and summer.
Yeah. And oh, sorry, please go.
Well, I would just add to that. I think that, you know, even when Dr. Rose was building out the strategic plan with the department, the cross-functional teams, it was not the idea of we're going to take every single goal and drill down on every single possible goal and objective, but we're going to focus on these 3 or 4 key areas. And I think that's how the school committee could look at this is, okay, you've got this full document. What are the areas that the school committee wants to focus in on? You might decide that teacher diversity, retention, and support is one of the areas, right? There could be certainly around the achievement pieces and the academic goals, but is there something in academics? The strategic plan is really calling out literacy as the focus area, right? So that's one of the focus areas, as well as
quality instruction.
high quality instruction and high quality student experiences. So I think it's like really using the policy itself as the school committee goes into your retreat to say, okay, based on what we see here, where do we want to start the process? And where do we want to put the focus for this year, and sort of deciding that, you know, year over year. That's how I see that piece. Now, the specific goals won't be available till the fall, but you have the roadmap here to be able to go into your next retreat and start to say where the priorities are.
I don't really have much to add other than I think these were some of the conversations that we did have like in the meetings, like the policy being a balance of being too prescriptive, perhaps, like, but also what would be the process? So after the cross-functional teams are able to meet, how would we as a task force come together and decide like, well, wait a second, which goals should we prioritize? How does that get to the school committee? So I don't think we've actually figured that out yet as a group. But that's one of those things that like we really do need to nail down.
Yeah,
And that the superintendent.
Yeah.
to nail down.
So I think the
Leadership
good
team,
news is
yeah.
that there's multiple places where the work has started.
Right.
Right. And so I think that's going to be one of the sorting exercises that happens with the deputies and the chiefs is to build on the work that is already in motion and accelerate wherever we can as quickly as possible and get the input from school committee as to in the areas that may not yet have been started, what would be the priorities, right? So that we have kind of like a reasonable menu for that year one, some things in progress and moving faster, other things beginning. And then as we go through the years, more new things come on to being. It's not unlike, the inclusion plan or the long-term facilities where it's a 5-year plan. And so that first year is a lot of the work right now that we're doing, which is the mapping and figuring out, with the deputies and the chiefs, how they're going to be in the cross-functional teams, how they're going to be taking that work into the departments and making it concrete and actionable. And I think that's what I appreciate is that there is this level of detail and yet North Star. And I think it'll be that collaborative process of sorting with school committee, with the task force, and with leadership that will get us where we need to be going.
Yeah. I think folks that are responsible for implementing need to have a strong voice in how that happens, right? And I think they come back for feedback and, the task force gives feedback, but we need the folks, the leaders in the district have, I think, the right to take a look at what the policy is and how they best will approach kind of coming up with the answers.
I think that's an important distinction that, the expertise of the task force really lent itself to being very specific with the recommendations, with the understanding that when we vote on the policy, we're voting at the level of the goals and objectives for the district to consider the recommendations as potential levers to achieve those goals and objectives. I think when thinking about a strategic plan holistically, it should include in-flight work, especially when that work is still going to require a significant lift from staff. And so I guess one of my questions around the strategic plan objectives right now is, during the budget season, we really emphasize the priority of inclusion, rollout, and multilingual learner supports, expansion of dual language, et cetera. And right now, those aren't specifically named in the strategic plan document. They're named in the OAG policy. So just wondering where they live. Is it that they would live as sub initiatives under what's listed here? But I just wanted to make sure that those would be clearly delineated in the strategic plan with work sequenced by year.
Yeah, I mean, I think these objectives are, again, the schema that we would attach more specific goals. So if we're talking about like bilingual programming, that would be in like 3.1 when we're talking about programming for students. The multilingual work in the classroom would be in 1.1 when we talk about high quality instruction. So there'll be more detailed goals inside of those objectives that would spell that out.
It's also making me think that we may need like our next update on strategic planning, like some alignment on terms, because when I hear the word goals, I think of like a metric, whereas I think that when you are saying goals, you're talking about like an initiative or a body of work. And so I think that we may need to like gloss
action.
I just think so that we're all talking about the same thing. I think in terms of what's here, what I would say is that like the preamble of the OAG policy talked about literacy and numeracy, but numeracy feels very absent from the rest of the policy. I know that literacy is the foundation of all subjects, and I appreciate the discussion about literacy across the curriculum. but we also know about the importance of Algebra 1 as a gateway to high school completion. We know that a lot of the new career pathways emphasize STEM. So just thinking about where that could be called out more in the next level of work. And I would also note that the emphasis on advanced coursework in high school, I think, is a natural emphasis because there are a lot of designations for advanced coursework in high school: AP, early college, CTE, IB, etc. But that work is not as easily accessed if there is not advanced coursework from the beginning. And I think defining what that is for the district and making sure that we are making sure that there's remediation and acceleration for all of our students is really important. There was the Excellence for All pilot that was named in the bullets that had an end date, which replaced a different advanced program. It seems like that work is really at risk when we're looking at budget cuts. And so I would just encourage us to consider advanced coursework as a K-12 initiative and not just a high school initiative. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's me, yeah. So thinking back that this work has been going on for 20 years. And there was, I'm sure, as much enthusiasm about this work 20 years ago as there was 10 years ago. And here we are yet again. And I guess my question for me is, what will be different this time?
Yes, I'm so glad you asked that question, Chair. I want to give the historical context because leadership matters. This is why the superintendent role is so critical to the success of the initiative. The 2006 policy was drafted, and then came a new superintendent, and she did not see where she didn't have ownership of that policy. It sat up on a shelf, and it was never implemented. So that was 2006. 2016 policy comes along. We have a superintendent who's part of the process, writing and drafting of the policy together with Dr. Rose. I was there on the task force, of course, chair, you were there as well. And so then, and we had all the departments providing their guidance and weighing in, tons of meetings. It took a full year to draft that document. When it was done, the same superintendent then started a strategic planning process that was totally separate. And so that strategic plan had an implementation plan, and the policy had an implementation plan. So what happens when a district has two sets of implementation plans? Everyone ignores both. That's what happened. And so no one knew what sheet music they were following. So it was like, we're not going to follow any of it. And so both documents went up on a shelf. But now we did do a lot of implementation. I will say there was a lot of implementation and work done for the OAG plan, but people kept saying, what about the strategic plan? Which one am I following? Lots of confusion. Again, lack of alignment and coherence. So this really is the first time that the OAG policy is being positioned as that North Star. So first comes the policy, then comes the strategic plan. This is where Superintendent Skipper then figures out the how, and then we've got cross-functional teams. We have an actual designee. We have the OAG task force still standing as a monitoring body. So I think, again, it's about alignment and coherence. That's what's going to be different. And that the superintendent and their leadership team was really involved in being able to weigh in. So there's also that sense of ownership, which is why it's so important that the policy is refreshed every 5 or so years. A lot of the people who were here back in 2016 are not here anymore. So this new team now has had a chance to read, to review, to weigh in, to make comments and edits. So I do think that sense of ownership is here, and the alignment.
Over the years, we've known that there have been some things that have impeded our progress in terms of this. One is data and getting data disaggregated, really disaggregated, which is something I think we've asked for a decade or more. True accountability, being able to name things that we know are not working, and holding people accountable for those things. And to that point, my question is, where is the union? this. The union for years has had an issue around inclusion done right. So we need a OAG done right strategy because they are critical at every single step, from who is actually sitting in front of our students to their own mindset and commitment into this work, the belief that this is possible. We provide tons of training. Is it more than just a checking of the box? Where is the true embodiment about what this training means, and how are we going to see that showing up for our students in this next 6 years?
Yeah. Two things there. One is that we were just really excited to have Leah Serena, Vice President of the Boston Teachers Union, now on the task force. That's a first, where we actually have the union represented in a seat. And I think it's really important, and her voice has just been really powerful to have. I think in terms of data, the district has to become more transparent in data. We ask for data. It takes months to get it. There's sort of like, let's present it in the best possible light. And then you don't have transparency from that very moment, because the data is not good in a lot of these areas. And I think that transparency is important. I think that the community, the public at large, if the data is transparent, the community has to be willing to say, like, having the data is not a place for attack, it's a place for collaboration and partnership, because now we know what we need to all work on together and collectively to make the data better. So I think that the data is really, really important. I think, and I see a lot of folks nodding their heads on the bench. I mean, you ask for data and you get 50 pages because it's like there's almost like an intent that you're not able to even digest the data.
Meaningful data is what
Meaningful data is what's needed. I would love
not just data.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be needing to take the step of it being from data to information. I think that's where sometimes we can stumble. I also think that there's sometimes the data we get back at the state level doesn't lend itself to disaggregate in the way that we need to. And so that's something that our own ODA has been really trying to get at. You will ask the question, how are our African American students who were born here in Boston doing relative to other students who may identify as Black but not born here? And that's very hard to get at sometimes with the way that things get disaggregated. But that is something that the ODA team is committed to, and we're trying to figure out. And I think to Ailey's point, being collaborative about this, that this is there's a problem. How do we know there's a problem? This data has not changed in forever. Anywhere, nationally, statewide, it is a problem. We know that. So let's get together to figure this out so Boston can be the place that all of our kids are served well. That is the spirit of this policy. More important, it's the intentionality with the steps that we have to take. And some of that is going to mean on our district side and central side, doing things differently in order to get at the information in a way that's actionable. Right.
I would probably say something that I appreciated about the conversations and the processes is that we've started to name the importance of time-bound goals. And when we are looking at KPIs, doesn't matter necessarily if you score a touchdown on a Hail Mary. It's what I mean, in one play, but it's about the incremental progress. And then that's what we're hoping to see. And so in a year, the idea is to not see it'd be great if you jump 5 points, whatever it is, but it's about being realistic and saying okay, this is a time bound goal. Did we make it? Did we not? And if we didn't, okay, but are we making progress? And I think that adds to the sense of that everybody understands that this is urgent work. And so I think that that's something that I've appreciated about the strategic plan as well as the OAG policy as well.
Just want to thank you all, and we look forward to voting on the policy in a future meeting.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our third presentation is the private school applications for two schools. First, the Alpha School, followed by the Douglas Ridley School. Let's aim to keep the presentations of each of these schools to 7 minutes. I'd like to remind our presenters to please speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters, and I want to invite the superintendent to give introductory remarks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. So in a very few moments, I'll be turning the meeting over to Dr. Ann Clark, who's our BPS Development Officer for Strategy, Partnerships, and Innovation. This will be a presentation for two private school applications, the Alpha School and the Douglas Ridley School. The Alpha School Boston, which will be going first, is an independent, non-sectarian K-8 school focused on personalized learning. The Douglas, and then I'll come back and explain, but the Douglas Ridley School is a K-2 through 6 school that is modeled after the Reggio Emilia approach to education, which is rooted in equity and anti-racist practice. Most importantly, to ground us, Dr. Clark's going to explain the process for opening a non-BPS school in Boston, including the role of the district and the required approval of this committee. You're also going to hear from the administration of both schools. Some of you may be new to the process. We have a role in BPS, which is strictly administrative in this case. The district's responsible for ensuring all private schools seeking approval meet the requirements of Massachusetts general law and for making recommendations to me and the Boston School Committee. The committee is responsible for approval of any private school wishing to operate within the city of Boston. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Clark for the presentation, and then we'll entertain questions as we go through. Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the school committee. As I was introduced, my name is Ann Clark, and I am serving in the role of overseeing the private school application process this school year. And I'm pleased to present the findings of our internal review team this evening. As you know, the Boston School Committee is responsible for approving any private school wishing to operate within Boston city limits under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 76, Section 1. In 2011, the Boston School Committee established a formal private school policy, creating an internal review team process to evaluate applications from any interested parties and assess whether a proposed private school meets the standards set out by Massachusetts law. That internal review team evaluates applicants against a defined set of criteria, covering everything from curriculum and education materials to staff qualifications to student records and financial solvency. This slide shows some of those criteria, and I'll give you a moment to read. And this slide shows the rest of the criteria. I'll give you another moment to read. The review itself follows a 5-step process: application review, site visit, leadership interview, evaluation, and a formal recommendation to the superintendent and school committee. For the two schools before you today, the Alpha School and the Douglas Ridley School, all steps in that process are now complete. Both applications were received earlier this year. Site visits were conducted in March, and recommendations have been submitted to the superintendent. The internal review team found that both schools met the criteria outlined by the Boston School Committee policy. Tonight, you will hear from the school leaders at each of these schools who will give an overview of their proposal. On June 10th, you will vote on whether to approve these private schools' applications to open. I'll now pass the presentation to the team from Alpha School.
You can advance. Good evening, Superintendent, Chair Board. I'm Dr. Tasha Arnold. I'm the head of Alpha Schools, and it's with great privilege that I'm here before you today to share what it is that our school is about. I originally started as a school teacher in Chicago and Milwaukee Public Schools. I've had the privilege to work around the world in Europe, the UAE, and most recently starting and opening schools in Mumbai, India. And with me today, I have my colleague, J.C. Fisher.
Hi. Thank you all for having us here. I also want to thank Dr. Clark and her team and our council from Foley Hoag for helping us understand what it means to be a part of the community here in Boston and prepare an application that hopefully meets the standards that we seek to meet here.
So Alpha School, as we've already touched upon, is a mastery-focused school. So we have it's a typical school with regards to students come into the school for a full school day. Our mission is to ensure students achieve academic mastery while also developing cognitive, social, and personal competencies needed for success in school and then also post-school life. Our standards align academics with teacher support. So our core frameworks are completely aligned with the state of Massachusetts curriculum frameworks across all subject areas. And our instructional features include adaptive mastery-based pathways. We use both formative and summative assessments. We have teacher coaching and intervention models that are developed. We also have a reading specialist that works with our students for pull-out sessions. And of course, we use benchmark assessments, including MAP assessments, as well as our own internal unit and grade level assessments. And so you'll see at the bottom, it says students progress based on demonstrated mastery rather than seat time alone. Here's a typical school day. We know that, well, we've implemented a drop-off time slot. So from 8:15 to 8:45, in order to allow for an influx of any sort of traffic. We have a morning launch where students come and it's about mindfulness, getting yourself ready and excited for the school day. Then we have our core academic blocks with some breaks built in there. Lunchtime, we hope to walk to a park, which is a 5-minute walk from the school for outdoor play. And then we have our interdisciplinary workshops in the afternoon. And then we have closing and, of course, pickup. The calendar year is similar to the public school system in regards to it achieving 180 days. And we also have professional development days allocated for our teachers. So in addition to having core mastery in academics, we are also focused on life skills. So life skills include, for example, teamwork, storytelling, entrepreneurship, financial literacy, relationship building and socialization, and of course, the concept of grit and perseverance. So our afternoon workshops include that core academic, as I mentioned, interdisciplinary cross-planning subjects. So for example, our students might be working on carpentry, but they're applying geometric principles from geometry, history, knowing that the wood, where did the wood come from, and then also giving presentations to larger groups. And we're working on developing those skills through something that's of interest to our students.
Our site is already ready. We have a certificate of occupancy and inspection from the city. We've passed all fire, alarm, sprinkler tests, etc. We're also located right across the street from Mass General Brigham, so we can have a place to receive if we ever have any medical emergencies. And we're very close to fire engine number 4, so that we have close proximity to the appropriate emergency services as well. You'll notice we're on the fourth floor of a building. The second and third floor are operated by a Montessori school. And previously, this floor was used for educational use as well. So we're maintaining the same use of the site. We have 4 classrooms, commons area, indoor play area, support space for our one-on-one meetings between our teachers and students for additional support, as well as staff, admin, and your classic, plenty of bathrooms, eating area, etc. Lots of security. We have controlled building access on the way up, and separation from other tenants to ensure children's safety.
So we have strong interest in the school. When we initially were starting conversations with families, we had 252. This was back in February. Towards the end of February, we had 252 families interested. 20 parents prepaid deposits should we be approved by the committee. And in year 1, we're looking to launch with 25 students. And then year 2, the capacity would be at 50. So that's our projections for year 2. Our model is really focused on highly personalized instruction with our students. So our ratios are quite low. 1 to 6 is our teacher to student ratio in year 1. And then as we grow to 50, it will be 1 to 8. So in year 1, we would have a head teacher, 2 additional teachers, a reading specialist, a role that we call Dean of Parents. So that's helping parents understand our model and working them through. And then I operate as the head of school from a regional position. So I will also be here in Boston as much as possible. Part of one of the privileges of starting a school is really being able to integrate into a community. And Boston's such a wonderful community with regards to, inclusion and diversity. And so for us as a school, we're really looking forward to be a part of that. One of the things that we think we can bring to the community is offering workshops for AI instruction for students, where our students are already, at our other campuses, are already thinking about hosting a hackathon for all students in the area to participate in. So we really hope to be a piece to add to the community. And that's something that we're really excited about, is building those opportunities in a way that makes sense and also that excite, students and teachers alike. So I think we just made it in our time slot, but we would love to, answer any questions you may have or continue the conversation.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the committee for questions.
I have one question. How are the students and families selected? What is the process?
Yeah, so students, parents express interest, and then so they attend an information session. They learn about the school. Is this a good fit for my family, for my child in particular? Then the child comes for the shadow day. They complete a map assessment, but we don't accept students based on their scores. That's not how we accept students. What we're looking for are things such as coachability, interest, and ability to engage with our model. That's our standard for assessment. We also do a family interview because we're looking for alignment as from our families. And then from there, that's really how we decide our acceptance. I also do a family interview with the parents as we build this community. Yeah.
The number of the number of parents who have expressed their interest. What's the breakdown in terms of diversity?
Yeah, we've had, I don't have the exact breakdown, but we've had all sorts of interest from all across the levels. And so, the nice thing I would say about our model is it doesn't matter if, you are the student who always raises their hand, if you're an ELL student, if you are a neurodiverse student, we're able to meet you right where you're at for your own specific academic needs. And so what we notice is parents see that. So it attracts all sorts of interest from across, the whole scope and sequence.
Are you equipped to accommodate a student with disability?
Yeah, so we have we look at our student. If a student comes to us with a 504 plan, depending on what those accommodations are, yes, we can be able to provide that. But if a student, certain services we don't provide during the school day. So if a student needs speech pathology, we're partnered with experts in that area, clinical psychologists, that we're able to recommend and also help build those relationships with our families. So our program, a lot of accommodations that students receive for dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, extra time is already built in, so you're working at your own pace. So if you need 50% extra time, well, all students actually get that. If we need to adjust font size or you need movement breaks, that's built into the system. So the accommodations that we give neurodiverse students, actually all of our students are receiving. And so we see that that's been quite successful for many students. But yeah, some of those occupational therapy supports that would take place outside of school. But we would be monitoring that from their IEP forms, if it's a 504 plan, whatever it might be. We're working with the families to make sure that students are receiving those support outside of school as well.
And one of our next steps, were we to receive your approval, is we have an initial list. We're doing procurement for the right contractors for special education needs and for mental health services that we don't provide during the school day to ensure children have access to them. So if we were to receive approval, we will finalize and formalize those agreements with the appropriate local contractors.
Yeah.
Just one last question out of curiosity. What's the annual tuition?
Our initial tuition plan is 65,000 a year.
65,000 a year per student.
Correct.
Thank you.
We are building out, founding family members for the first year, it's 10,000 discount per year, so 55,000. As a national movement, we're working towards scholarships. We want to be able to provide this opportunity. We want to bring this to 1 billion students in 10 years, which I know sounds quite lofty. But we do want to provide this opportunity to multiple students. And so we are working towards building a scholarship program as a national push.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's interesting the school process, the curriculum, because they putting the skill the student is very important. My question is about the scholarship, because some family maybe is interesting but don't have a lot of money. I don't know if you have financial or completely scholarship for the family.
We're working towards that. So we are, we've secured, we're starting to secure funds for that. We really want to be able to provide scholarships. It's not probably going to happen in year one. Year two, more of a likely probability. Year three, we think we'll be able to be providing scholarships. And that outreach would be directly within the community as well. We want to, as we said, we want to integrate into the community. So we want to provide opportunities for students who can't pay that tuition fee. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Could you speak a little bit more just about how your funding is sort of managed, like either through a board and just that structure? And I mean, just for full transparency, we've recently had a school in the district, a private school, that had to close multiple locations. Not going to go into details like about it, but at the end of the day, it impacts our students. And so like we want to know that a private school that will be in the district, is managed properly.
Of course.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we're part of an over 30 school network nationally right now, and we're managed centrally. We have a centralized professional financial management team. We're privately held. We have a strong corporate governance with a clear board oversight that handles all of the Alpha School program. We have a fairly capital light model, which means rather than buying real estate and running the risk of being over leveraged and collapsing under the weight of a balance sheet, right? We're keeping that money and putting it back into our schools. And then on top of that, we have over $1 billion committed from our founder to make sure that this happens and that we go through the next 5 to 10 years, because our mission and goal is to truly take this model, prove it works, and then expand it across the and then expand it across the globe to everybody, right? Over 1 billion children is literally the goal that we espouse every time somebody asks and we talk about it. And it's a very mission-driven organization.
And I think this is not necessarily a question for y'all, but just a question for also the district of what data do we have, particularly around students either returning to the district if perhaps they go elsewhere and they're not the right fit, or however else they make their way back to the district. Do we just have data around that?
Yeah, so we are the landing pad for all students.
Right, for sure. Yeah.
And that means when a student is counseled out or doesn't fit, either the model from inception or the experience, it is BPS that is here every step of the way for those students. And so I think you can understand why for us, when a new entity comes into being, for us, it's a question of who are you really serving, and are you serving the average student in Boston? I was just curious. I've looked at your website. What's your total enrollment across all your sites?
Yeah, so around 500 students. That's as of now. So our Austin campus opened 12 years ago. I guess you could say 12 years ago. And then 2 years ago, we really launched a second location in Miami. And then this past year, we've had greater expansion. We have lots of demand across the country, but at the same time, we're not just opening up anywhere and everywhere. It's been through the demand of parents and us meeting with parents, having many conversations, right? Our parents trialing the model. It's not just you have an info session and, oh, let's open up a school. It very much has been, this is what they want. And so they brought us to Boston, essentially, if you will. And so, so it's expanding, but we're also being very intentional with how we scale.
Right. So sorry, I just missed who brought you to Boston?
The parents that are interested in joining, they said, please come to Boston. That was,
I see. Okay.
yeah, that was,
yeah, because I was just wondering, because when I looked, right, I didn't see any demographic data of the kids enrolled in any of the sites. I didn't see anything about students with IEPs, like what the percent was enrolled, or multilingual learners. So do you have that data for your?
Yeah, it's pretty traditional. About 20% are on the neurodiverse scale within the school. We don't have that data published. But yeah, I'm happy to share about that. It's the diversity reflects the cities that they're in pretty accurately, I would say. So, our campus in Georgia, for example, is reflecting that diversity of that city. Same, in New York as well. So it's reflective of the community largely, of course, within a little bit, depending on the city.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that would just be really good data for the committee to have.
Sure.
Right. To Dr. Alkin's point, just, sort of. And then just another question, can you just speak a little bit about are your teachers certified? Are your administrators certified? How does that work in the model?
Yeah, so most of our teachers, and that's about 65%, come from traditional teaching backgrounds. All educators have degrees. They would have had to have worked extensively with children in some sort of capacity. That could have been a sports coach. It could be a guide of some sort, thinking like scouts. The senior leadership tends to be, from education backgrounds. For myself, I have a doctorate in education. All of our other deans of parents, many of them, I want to say 80% all have doctorate degrees. So there's, a large investment in education background. But we also, as we have these life skills workshops, people that have strong coaching backgrounds tend to be really good fit for our model. So we have, those that have coached at the college level, for example, and also quite a few professors as well have been working with our students. So it's a wide range, but many have that traditional teaching background and are getting, teachers or those that aren't teachers are also pursuing that as well as part of their PD development.
Okay, great. I'll yield,
No,
Dr. Alkin,
no,
sorry, I was
that was
I could
those
be on
are
a
my-
roll for a while, so
No,
I'll
those are
give it
my
back
next questions actually about just getting some of the basic demographic data of where your school currently is, like across the country. Because I'm not as familiar with like who specifically like you serve, or just like are you seeing that you're growing in particular demographics versus others? And then just like echoing superintendent, just like support for multilingual learning, just some digging in a little bit more like to that for me.
Yeah, because your sites are very much oriented in the major cities, right? Or the more diverse locations within those states. So that's why I think the data would be important. It would also be important to see, again, to Dr. Alkin's point, but like what your retention data looks like. Like when students start, how long do they go? Do they finish? Right? Because that's going to be of concern for us. We when we get students back that have gone through someplace and not had a positive experience, then we're picking pieces up. And so that's why for us, we want to make sure that kids are going to be cared for, right? If they're in your model, that would be important.
So this past year, I said around 500 students, we only have 6% turnover. And when I've broken that down, most of that is parents moving to another city where they don't have an Alpha school. And so they actually, some of them opt for additional private school options. We also have something called Alpha Anywhere, which is a homeschool model. So we see parents selecting that. Where we do see turnover, and I just want to, students that are coming to us tend to not be coming from the public schools. They're coming from other private school competitors. So, that's just kind of a caveat there. But sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
That's cool.
I normally am in bed at this time.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I was just also, the
Turnover,
other thing
that's
was
right.
just noticing some of the places, but it's also some of the places where vouchers tend to be used. And so I was just kind of curious, like how much of the business model is that? Are most of your clients private paying, or are you seeing, such as in Arizona, more of a voucher trend?
We do have a percentage of our students, I want to say it's 25, but I need to check that, that are using the voucher system in Arizona. So yes, to your point, that is correct. But our other cities where we don't have the vouchers approved, it is primarily private school students that are coming over to our school. Yeah. Oh, the thing I was going to say about turnover, that's it. Where we do see a shift is at the high school level. So some students, they want, our schools are very small. So they want, to be the quarterback on the team, or they want a prom with 300 students, or other reasons as well, be part of a large band, for example. So we do see students switching at that point. But what's interesting, at least I find what's interesting, students that have left us, a little bit more than 50% actually come back after doing a year in high school at another option of a school. So I would say that is a pinch point, that 8th to 9th grade, there is a change. But those students are also often opting to then go to private schools.
Thank you for the presentation. And I'm one of the new members for whom this is the first season of approving private school applications. So you'll have to forgive that some of my questions are related to Alpha schools and others are more to further understand the process. So sorry that you guys are the victims, but it's a little uncomfortable, I think. I'll just speak in I statements, to hold a responsibility to approve a school for which we will have no oversight or future updates. So I think we sit with that as we, are deeply invested in the success of students across the city, regardless of the schools that they go to, and understanding that we have not had any real vantage point into the school and carry this responsibility. So I think it's just it's an odd responsibility that DESE has assigned to individual school committees to carry this for a few reasons. One is, Dr. Clark, you walked through some of the things that BPS has put in place to make a process to review applications that sound like it probably involves a significant amount of time from you or someone on the BPS team. So we have more information, I imagine, than some other districts that just might not be as big or have the capacity to invest in research. Because it's my understanding that this review process is a BPS review process, not a required DESE process. So I just think it is important to understand that the state has tasked districts with approving independent schools with very little guidance around how we're supposed to determine whether they meet the requirements. So I just wanted to mention that. I think also the list of criteria from is challenging, as DESE has very strict criteria for public schools around a variety of things, from teacher certification and licensure to literal number of hours that students are required to be in school. You've had to sit through our Mass Core vote earlier today, and I know you all aren't applying to be a high school in this case, but a lot of what has been criticized by BPS is, oh, I can't believe we're having students do Edmentum to make up credits. You know, where is the rigor? I can't believe we're thinking about making exceptions for students to take fewer than 24 classes. And then to sit with someone paying $65,000 to do 2 hours of academic instruction is just, it's really surreal. Then it's on us to then make that decision. So I would love to hear a little bit about the 2 hours of academics and how that gets students to mastery. I would say also maybe even for the public to understand that there are different ways to arrive at mastery, and some of the things that maybe folks are stressing in terms of what define rigor. When we're looking at different populations, we might have different expectations for how to get there. So I would love to hear about how that works.
Yeah, so the 2 hours, I would say that's core content learning, right? So, think of learning your math facts. We have an app called Fast Math. So you literally it's the automaticity of knowing your facts. And you mentioned earlier, that pinch point of algebra really being critical in your success, especially in high school. So the whole idea is you have to have mastery in certain subjects before you can kind of move on. So we require our students to have 90% mastery at a subject level per subject in order to move on, advance to the next level of academics. Now that's measured through MAP 3 times a year. As I mentioned, we also have our own internal assessments as well. So that takes place in the morning. Now it's our teachers get, this is what my students are working on that day. They're quality checking. They're deciding when kids are taking a unit or a subject matter test. A child has a question, the teacher is there to jump in and to, help them use strategies in order to, master that learning. And then it's not that that's the only learning that occurs. I would say in addition to that, our teachers are building these life skills workshops, which are completely interdisciplinary. So you are having these cross subjects. So it's not just applying your math understanding in a times test, right? It's now that application of understanding, how do I measure? How do I find the area? How do I, in a real context that they might experience? And then also develop life skills that maybe encourage them to pursue a career in the future. So I used the example before about carpentry. So, that has inspired one of our students to really dive deep into wood carving. And it's not just he's showed mastery in the content area of math, and now he's been able to apply it. So the afternoon is very much an education. It's not just, playtime. It's woven, it's very specific. When it comes to the number of hours, yes, our school day is aligned to actually exceed what, is being done in the state of Massachusetts. We also, open our school up in the afternoons if kids want to stay after school. We have after school academics. We do Olympiads. We do all sorts of, robotics, all sorts of STEM focused activities as well. So I think part of it is there's a misconception that it's just, 2 hours and then in the afternoon we play. That's really not what's happening. It's, when I was an educator, I tried to really provide opportunities where my kids could apply the learning. And I know myself, that's how I actually knew I learned it. And so that's really what kind of guides our afternoon focus. Does that answer what you were
Very
asking?
helpful.
Yeah.
I think it's, incumbent on us too, as a school district, to pay attention to what parents are asking for so that we remain competitive in an environment with declining enrollment in the city. You talked about, I mean, it's a modest enrollment right now, but you've also named wanting to serve 1 billion students, which I imagine when you're ready to do that, you'll be coming back to Boston to seek to expand or open a high school or do something else. So I think it is important that we understand how we can be competitive in this market to remind families that we're always here to serve students. So I would just be curious, when you talk about families asking you to come to Boston, what is the value proposition or the element of your school specifically that they define that they're looking for that they don't feel like they could find in the existing like plethora of independent schools, faith-based schools, parochial schools, charter schools, public schools now? Especially hearing that you all use the Massachusetts grade level frameworks. You give the same assessment that we do, have the same school day, 180 days. There's a lot of similarity to a typical school day. So what is the specific element that is the distinguishing factor?
So our program that we use is called Time Back. And so a lot of our parents have been spending eye-watering amounts in tutoring after school. The idea is our students are achieving mastery and they're not having to do homework after school. And the feedback that I get by and large is you're giving my child their childhood back. They're now able to stay at soccer practice an extra 15 minutes, not hurry up, pack up your stuff and run home to have to go do your homework. That's one of the major, one of the benefits that parents are highlighting. And also just a love for school. I've heard this talked about a lot today, right? Like kids enjoying school. That's our number one commitment, is that kids love school. We spend a lot of time coaching our children. Our teachers have meetings with our kids one-to-one multiple times a week. And so and it's not just about academic coaching or life skill coaching or what are your aspirations or any Ikigai workshop. It's about knowing, who their cousin is, who's, where are you spending your time on the weekends? So I think it's the sense of belonging that kids feel at school contributes to the happiness. So I think giving families time back, not having to focus on extra work when we're able to do that in the school day is a huge value proposition for our parents. So it is different. And then, we wouldn't have standardized tests for the most part, but except for the fact that people wouldn't believe what we're doing, right? We need to show this is the data. They're not just coming in for 2 hours and, yes, we think they're learning. There is, data to show that our students are growing. And it's been really powerful for me to see how our program has worked in Brownsville, for example, in Texas, where the students are, bottom 3 to 7%. In the country. I think the second poorest, area in the country. And to see that model be implemented and the success that those students have had for me, has been really inspiring as an educator. And so I think that it's something that can be applied in many areas. And I hope we would love to partner, it's a privilege to be here in Boston. I mean, think of the educational institutions here in the history, even of, BPS in and of itself. So we're happy to work with, provide, trainings or people that are curious, learn about the model. We've had schools approach us that they're like, hey, can we do some trials? And we are doing that with some schools around the country, some public schools. So, we're happy to explore that as well.
I'd also say, operationally, because of our size and resources, we have a lot of flexibility to serve our families, right? So children can come in early, they can stay late. We have the right after school programs that are very easy for them to access. And even to the point that in Austin, I think it was last year, you'll correct me, the students wanted to spend more time in school. So we reopened the school during the summer so they could come back in because they wanted to engage in the core learning apps and then have meetings with each other that were semi like self-organized and led to continue those life skills workshops and learnings and things that they had just finished doing that they didn't really want to be done yet. And so they wanted to spend multiple days a week just coming back to school like they had for most of the year, which again, like operationally, it's kind of nice to have that flexibility. Like that's my role, right? I'm not a teacher. I run our operations nationally. And so to be able to do that at these different schools and provide that level of opportunity, that's another thing that I think sets us apart.
Yeah.
And can we go, Dr. Arnold, where was the place that you mentioned that students were in the bottom 3 to 7%?
Brownsville, Texas.
And they're your student, like, so you accepted students who were in like the 3 to 7 percentile for
Yeah.
MAP?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they worked with us. We're now in year 2. So
those students were full tuition students?
So the tuition there is much lower. Yes, so they will be using in the future their vouchers. But yeah, so we have Alpha schools. I guess I should say that school's under the umbrella of Alpha, so they use the 2-hour learning. So it's a slightly different model with regards to the tuition pricing. But yes, it's the same format, the same program.
Okay. I'm at the end of my time. I think I would just consider, I know $1 billion is a lot of money, and I think it would be a powerful statement of access to figure out how immediately opportunities could be made to make the tuition more affordable. It's difficult to hear that kind of financial backing and hear that there's no avenue at this time for financial support. So that would be my last recommendation.
Yeah, no, we totally agree. We've applied for voucher status and we've been denied in 8 states, and the only state that approved us currently is Arizona. So we are continuing that work. And with regards to scholarships in particular, we are trialing that at some of our campuses. It's just not going to be in Boston for next year. So it's something that we're building up. We're reaching out and building this fund. We want to be able to do that. And as the tech price comes down over time, it will make our schools more affordable for us to offer even more scholarships.
Yeah. Say just one scholarship for 1 out of 25, and finding the $65K to recoup would be my recommendation. We're not a voucher state.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
More questions.
I do too. Yeah. So
I have some.
I mean, I know where, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
So I have a pointed question, because I find myself really interested in your financial model. So you guys are a for-profit, correct?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And so I know you have the $1 billion backing, but what is the net value of your for-profit company?
I'll turn that over to my operations guy because my numbers would be.
Is it by franchise or is it one entire?
It's one company.
It's one company.
Yeah. We're all privately held by one owner. Alpha School. It's not like it's not like Tasha just went and did one in New York and one in Boston, and Joe is doing one in Texas and Sally's doing one in Miami. It's all one company led centrally.
And what is that value?
You mean like a valuation if we were to IPO or something?
Yeah, what is your net value as a company? Because like that really is.
Well, it's privately owned, so I that's not public knowledge. I don't know the actual exact number personally.
Okay. I mean,
I would have to actually guess at like an EBITDA multiple or what it would come from.
Yeah.
I don't want to make up an answer for you.
That would be helpful to get. I mean, simply because it's been sensitive for us in seeing not just private schools go under for financial reasons, but also charters, right? And so I think
Okay, let's do it, yeah.
correct. And so like I think for us, like, we have to have our doors open to all kids. So I think it's just important to kind of understand it's great to see the backing, but sometimes things change, people make different decisions, philanthropic dollars go away, and you know, the committee is tasked with deciding whether this is going to be stable going forward in the future. So I just think some of those answers of the financial book piece would be important for the committee to look at, just given the history of a couple of things that have happened recently here.
Of course. Our pro forma for Boston, I can share in the application because I don't have to make it up because I made it. In year 2 and 3, we're looking at 25 to 30% EBITDA margins. And so as soon as we hit that 25-30% range, that's when we start to take, okay, great. The school is sustainable. We know it's going to work. We know it's delivering what we need. Now we can take the excess, and that's why we start funding the scholarship model off of that. Is once we prove we're actually going to be viable, we know it's going to work, we're hitting our targets, that's when we start funneling money back into access as well.
Okay. And one last question, because I like Dr. Hawkins, I could just keep going, but just one last question. What is your average teacher salary?
120,000 starting.
And does that hold true across, you do a cost of living, or does that hold
Yeah,
true
there's a
across?
slight cost of living. So some cities are 150,000 starting, depending. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. So Boston starts 120.
Sorry, I did have just one question about, and I promise. You had mentioned, Dr. Arnold, that you were a regional head of school. You said you'd be in Boston as much as possible. So does that mean you have responsibility for other schools and travel between them?
So I operate like a superintendent, essentially. So I have deans of parents at each of my campuses that act, as senior leadership within the school. And then obviously I have, weekly stand-ups multiple times a week with all of them as a cohort. But then I also do visit all of my campuses. I'm based in New York, so Boston's very easy for me to get to. I love Boston. My nonprofit's based here, so I'm here often anyway. But yes, so I operate as a regional or as a superintendent across the country.
So the highest ranking person in the building daily would be the dean, like that.
Dean of
that would
parents
be
and the head teacher who acts. We don't call them a principal, but yes, they're like the principal, the head teacher, and then the dean of parents. The two of them. Mm-hmm.
And what is for the Boston population, or for schools in cities that do not use vouchers, what is the typical MAP score that students are coming in with at the outset? Is it fairly aligned to grade level, above grade level, below grade level, like on an average?
On average, it's about 2 grades below level. On average, yeah. And then within 1 year, our what we see is after 1 year, we have them at grade level. And then when they're with us for 2 years, that's when they start to get to that top 1 to 3 percentile.
I think with that kind of acceleration, thinking about what the contribution to the larger education space in Boston would be important beyond semi-annual AI workshops.
Absolutely.
I think if we're accelerating outcomes at that level, that we need to do some deep sharing, and classroom observations and sharing of best practices. Yeah, for sure.
You know what? We're open to it, and we've been waiting for a public school district to say, hey, come on in. So we would love that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Just particularly like two questions. I'll cap it at that. You mentioned sort of like families bringing you to Boston. I'm just curious if we can actually see that data, just survey data, I imagine that you gathered, or.
So it started with parents that were in Austin. They actually moved from Boston to Austin, not trying to rhyme, but it does. And so they want to move back to Boston. So they said, hey, we have a group of families that are in private schools that really want to bring Alpha to Boston. And so we said, okay, we can start having conversations. And those parents came down to our Austin campus, did the shadow, went through the whole admissions process, shadow day, were interested. And then we said, well, let's see if we can bring it to Boston. So that's actually how the cohort here came to be. And then through that word of mouth has been, can we have another, can we get a group together for a small coffee or a small dinner? And then it's kind of spread that way, really.
Okay. So not necessarily like a formal,
Not if we
formal questions that you might have asked or things like that. but
Right,
just-
exactly. You can go on our website, there is a map and it's an interest map. So when people are interested in a location, they can log it and then you can see clusters. So when parents are, they get a cluster together, they reach out and they say, hey, there's, 40 of us, we're really interested in bringing Alpha to this city. And that's really how we have been moving from city to city. Of course, we do other diligence and, as you could imagine, real estate and permitting tends to be something that holds you up. But for the most part, that's how we get brought to the various cities.
Thank you. And so one more question is this around, this is a proposed K-8. So do you have particular data about how your students fare once they are either transitioning to another private school, per se, like a public school setting, just how they're faring academically, socially, emotionally? Any data?
We have anecdotal evidence when it comes to the social part. We don't have necessarily, I would say, robust data on if you've left us and gone to at eighth grade and went to a high school. Like I said, I think the 50% or 52% that come back to us, I think is to me signals something. When at the university level, so we had our first graduating class. 11 of the 12 went to their top university choice. Stanford, Vanderbilt, you're talking top universities. The 12th is a professional water skier, so he opted not to go to college. And all of those students, those 11 of the 12, their first year, both semesters or trimesters, Stanford does a trimester, had 4.0s. Now, when we asked them how was it transitioning to college, they said, well, the 100 large lecture rooms didn't, felt to them like a waste of time when we interviewed them after. What they loved, as you know, college is a total bundle. So they loved the group projects, the critical thinking, joining clubs, being with their team members. I said to them, how was it transitioning to these large groups? And they're like, it's not that difficult to learn how to sit in a lecture. So from the social part, they feel very well equipped to lead. So a lot of them are leading in clubs. They're, starting up different projects. They're inventing things. One of our key mottos at Alpha is to be a creator, not a consumer. So we don't want you consuming TikTok, right? We want you creating things that inspire the world. So we take that very seriously. And I think our students have said that they brought that with them into the university space. So more data to come. This is our second, this year is going to be our second graduating class. That first class, most of those students started with us from third grade through 12th grade. This will be our second graduating class from Austin. So obviously more data to come from that. But our students are averaging 1540 SATs, 1560 if you're on, that honors track. So we're seeing not just the academic success, but we are seeing our students being able to, put themselves forward in social situations, not just be bystanders, but really, take ownership of things.
I know we're not talking about high school tonight, but in the same way that where we go geographically is very demand led, right? It's go where people are asking for us. And then we go try to say, okay, if we want to be in this city, where's the best real estate? How can we kind of figure it out? How can we get a building permitted? How can we make it happen for them? High school is the same way. And so in some of our other cities like Miami, we have recently expanded to high school because we had enough of the older cohort that wanted to stay and wanted to figure out how can we stay at Alpha and how can we do high school there. we made that happen for another cohort of like 8 to 12 high school students that were just, hey, we had a couple in seventh, eighth grade. They were getting up there. I was like, okay, cool. Let's figure out how we expand and how we keep that going for them because they didn't want to leave.
So we would, if we, chose to have a high school, we would, our eighth grade would become our ninth, would become our 10th, would become, we wouldn't just, now we're applying for a 9 through 12 school. We would want to grow it organically within our students, if that's what the parents demand, if that's where the demand is.
And could you just remind me of what your nonprofit is?
No, that's mine personally. The Interchange Institute, which is about building cultural competence around the world. And yeah, a lot of work in the
Okay.
intercultural space.
No, thank you.
That's why I come to Boston. In addition, my own personal reasons. Yeah.
Well, my colleagues have asked most of my questions, but I have a question about the younger end. So am I right in understanding that your model is device-based? So is that 2-hour time period, are kids utilizing screens to do their work, or are there other opportunities particularly? Well, what does it look like for your younger students, I guess is
Yeah.
basically my question.
Yeah, that's one of the things. So we have that reading specialist that has extensive training as a teacher. So all of our reading specialists are certified teachers and have reading specialties. So they do pullouts with our students. Again, our ratio is 1 to 6. So imagine, until students learn to read, they're seeing that reading specialist. It could be 3 times a week for 30-minute pullouts. And then once they, then you read to learn, right? There's that sort of transition. But we also have students who are reading at really high levels. I have a first grader, for example, who's reading at an 8th grade level. So she's also meeting with a reading specialist to understand how do you comprehend things like allegory, for example, in a text. So that reading specialist is also individual or meeting individual students' needs. We use something called the Pomodoro method. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but essentially it's you work for 25 minutes, you have a break, 25 minutes, a longer break, 20, and then rinse and repeat for that sort of 2-hour block. The younger students get many more breaks. That time is kind of stretched over a longer period of time, but the engagement is on the screens. We teach our students what is good screen time, what is bad screen time. We have all sorts of safety features on the software. There's even, the blue lights and a lot of research has gone into the text font size we use, the color of the text, all of that sort of stuff is part of it as well. But our younger students are, not just on the screens. One thing I forgot to mention is we also have something called check charts. So this also happens in the afternoon. And for example, that's where we're kind of targeting some of those social emotional aspects. So a kindergartner, needs to be able to tie their shoes. Another check we have is you need to be able to lose at a game and not cry. So there's all these sorts of, little tasks that they have that they're doing between their breaks or, during other time allocated slots. So yeah, there's the academic part, but then there's a lot of play. In some ways at the younger stage, it does kind of reflect a Montessori approach. We start the day with the little ones. It's called mindful mornings. So the day before they would have picked what they want to work on. It could be kinetic sand. It could be a puzzle. It could be some of our kids are playing musical instruments. And then we do that morning launch where it's getting the body moving and, talking about what it means to be a learner. And then they start to do that Pomodoro method engaged with the software with all the breaks. And then we have that extended lunch and recess. And then our life skills workshops in the afternoon.
Are there any traditional, what you would consider seeing in a kindergarten classroom? Are there centers? Are there
Yes.
free play opportunities?
Absolutely. Yep. Free play. There's libraries in every class. People often ask me, do your kids read books? Yes, of course they read books. They do book reports. Maybe the difference is, and depending on the standards, right? For each grade, of course, we're adhering to those, but maybe not everyone's reading The Scarlet Letter, but you need to pick from a classical genre piece. And then, we would help you select that book that's of interest to you.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where the differentiation, I think, is as well. When we talk about students loving school, it was many times you've said it tonight, it's a bit of that voice and choice, that autonomy. obviously with guidance, right? We want to be able to guide them. But yes, it very much looks like a primary school with their artwork on the walls and, lots of games for the kids to play. And again, books, we know how important it is for children to be fluent readers, but to love reading. And that's something that we're always trying to build in them, that love for reading too. That's a strong theme throughout all of our schools is a love for reading.
And particularly when you talk about the younger children, right? The building comes into play in a weird way that matters a lot. So we have things, we designate spaces, we call them like roar rooms, like roar like a lion, where those younger children who need the breaks more often throughout the day or have a little more of, we call like the wiggles, et cetera, right? Where can they go to be younger children that's not disruptive to maybe the other kids who happen to be in that grade who are really trying to focus or engaged? And what can we do to make that something where the right teacher supervision is there, where the right opportunities for the children are there, and where kind of the architecture and how we do things are supporting the learning model and supporting what our children are doing as well?
Yeah, flexible seating as well. It's not all just chairs and desks. There's, especially with the little ones, they love the little donuts that they like, sink into and have a book with. So yeah, the space is purposeful. And actually our students do play a role in designing that, designing their own spaces as well. And they try different furniture and, they understand the architecture of how it's created. And, they will tell us, no, this is distracting. Actually, while it's fun and I love it, this isn't a good choice for me. So yeah, that part's quite fun too, to have them have a bit of say in the actual space design.
Yeah, there's this growing research and pushback now, particularly in early childhood, of people wanting to see children becoming screen free because of what's happened past pandemic in terms of more and more screen time for very young children and less time to be interactive, etc. It'd be interesting to see, as you are a very screen-based program, how families will think about that, particularly for their youngest children.
Yeah, I would. What we notice is our students, when they go home, they're not on their screens though. They see screen time at school, as something that's at school. So when they go home, they're
It was about screen time in schools, so getting away
Right.
from screen time in schools, not necessarily just at home, but period.
right. I mean, it's as a fellow academic, I love sort of debating these sorts of
Yeah.
things, but there's good screen time and there's bad screen time. And I personally don't think if we pull screen time away, we're serving our students well. They have to, it's going to be but the balance is so important. It's so important. That's why our afternoon work, our kids are not on screens all day. There's some research that came out of Harvard that on average, children in public schools are, on screens for over 2 hours a day as well. Whether that's looking at a smart board or, all sorts of different things. High school, actually middle school was found to have the most screen time, even more than high school, which I thought was quite interesting. But I think, yeah, let's watch this space and continue to see the research that comes out on it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we look forward to taking a vote on this in a future meeting.
Yeah.
So
And thank you guys for all the work you do for students across Boston and the time you give as a board. I know it's a lot. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will hear from the Douglas Ridley School. Oh, there's a- yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, Chair Robinson, members of the Boston School Committee, and Superintendent Skipper. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Courtney Swartz. I'm a BPS parent and the founder of the Douglas Ridley School. I've spent 20 years in education as a teacher, instructional coach, a school and network leader, and a believer in high expectations and a relentless focus on results. I've worked in schools in DC, in Chicago, and Boston, experiences that deeply shaped who I am as an educator and leader. I believed in what we were doing, and I still really honor that work. But then I had children, and I watched them experience something completely different. They entered a learning environment built on relationships, curiosity, and community, a place where children were deeply known, where their questions shaped the curriculum, where teachers co-created learning with students instead of delivering it to them. And I saw something powerful. I saw children who were confident in their ideas, children who asked thoughtful questions, children who worked through disagreements and learned to listen to one another. I saw learning that felt joyful, but also deeply rigorous. Students were reading, writing, researching, collaborating, and solving problems because they cared about what they were exploring. It changed what I thought about what school could be. At the same time, I began to reflect on the broader world our children are growing up in. We're living in a moment where our society is struggling. We're struggling to talk, to listen, to think critically together. We're flooded with information, yet rarely taught how to question, analyze, or understand nuance, skills that are vital for a healthy democracy, empathy, and leadership. These are not extra skills, they are foundational. So I began to ask myself, what would it look like to build a school around these ideas? A place where curiosity drives the learning, where students are deeply known, where academic rigor and joyful exploration coexist, where children learn not only content, but they learn how to think, question, and work together. Our school is named in honor of Frederick Douglass and Florida Ruffin Ridley, leaders who believe deeply in education as a pathway to empowerment and social progress. Their legacies remind us that education is not only about individual success, but about preparing young people to contribute meaningfully to their communities. The Douglas Ridley School is a Reggio-inspired, inquiry-driven elementary school designed to expand access to interest-driven learning here in Boston. Our approach is grounded in the belief that children are capable, curious, and creative, and that when students have a voice in their learning, they develop ownership, agency, and a lasting love of learning. This does not mean less academic rigor. In fact, the opposite is true. Our classrooms are aligned to the Massachusetts state standards with strong foundations in literacy and mathematics. Students engage in daily small group reading instruction, problem-based math exploration, and interdisciplinary inquiry in science and social studies, all connected to the students' questions and interests, making learning more meaningful and memorable. Work from Harvard's Project Zero demonstrates that when students engage in inquiry-based learning, they develop deeper understanding, stronger reasoning skills, and greater ability to transfer knowledge to new contexts. Social emotional learning is also embedded throughout our design. Students participate in daily community meetings, collaborative problem solving, and real-world in-the-moment conflict resolution. And with small class sizes, 2 teachers in each classroom, flexible small groups, and the ability to utilize equitable services through Boston Public Schools and outside providers, we'll be able to thoughtfully meet the needs of all learners. But beyond just the research, this work is deeply personal. I want to build a place where kids are seen and heard, where curiosity drives the learning, where we grow together across lines of difference, a place that equips children not just to succeed, but to shape a more just and connected world. We will launch with a single kindergarten class and grow responsibly over time. Our slow, measured growth allows us to build systems thoughtfully, ensure quality, and remain fiscally responsible as we expand. By adding just 1 grade level at a time, we're able to align staffing, enrollment, and resources in a sustainable way that prioritizes long-term stability. And our tiered tuition model ensures that the Douglas Ridley School remains accessible to all families. This work is also guided by a deeply experienced and engaged board of directors, with members from education, business, law, and nonprofit leadership. The board provides active oversight of our financial planning, governance, and strategic growth, ensuring that we remain accountable, mission-driven, and responsible stewards of resources as we grow. This intentional approach allows us to prioritize both quality and sustainability from the very beginning. We are also grateful to be launching within Temple Israel, a partnership that provides not only a beautiful and accessible space, but a supportive environment for thoughtful growth. We are inspired to be starting in the same building where Beacon Academy first launched, and we hope to follow in those footsteps, growing intentionally within a community that has already supported innovative school models. With the support from the Temple, pro bono support from Baker Hostetler, and critical mentorship from the Boston Business Mentors, we can focus our resources on students, teaching, and community while growing within a stable and supportive environment. Ultimately, this work is about possibility. It's about creating environments where children feel safe to ask questions, where they learn to listen to perspectives different from their own, where they develop both academic skills and a sense of responsibility to one another, where they see themselves as thinkers, collaborators, and problem solvers. That is the vision behind the Douglas Ridley School. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to questions and thoughts from members.
I'm gonna start. Same question, how the students are chosen? What is the process?
Yes.
I have two questions. Okay.
Yes. So my goal is to make the enrollment process as low barrier as possible. I want this school to be accessible to any family that wants to be a part of it. There's a very simple application form online where you can record a video if you want to, where you can type if you want to, where you can record a video or an audio message, because I want it to be accessible to any families. Then we have an inquiry session where families come and they can sign up for a Zoom, and we have an info session together, and then they apply online. And right now, because we're starting, right, it's most of the families who are applying are being welcomed to our community. But it is more important to me to know that the families want to be there and that they're invested in this kind of a model.
Is there tuition involved?
Yes, yes. So we have a tiered tuition model. So the max tuition is $35,000, but the tiered tuition model ensures that it is accessible to all families. I did not want to set up a scholarship model so that it forced this, you're a full pay family, you're a scholarship family, but there is a tiered tuition model so that all families pay their own fair share. And so it's all based on a percentage of your adjusted gross family income, and the number of dependents determines what your tier is for your tuition.
Good. No questions for you?
No, no question.
I just have a question. Could you speak a little bit to the special education supports that you all are able to provide?
Yes. So we will be able to utilize the equitable services through BPS. We're less than a mile from the Tobin. So we can walk students over there to receive services there. We have some families who have reached out, who have enrolled, and their students already have IEPs and they already have service providers that they want to bring with them. And all they're asking is that okay? And of course, they can bring whatever service providers. We have I think we have the perfect model for OT and speech and self-regulation support to happen within the context of our model. So I think a combination of both the service providers that families already have relationships with and utilizing services through BPS.
Yeah, I think the part, I think you heard, first of all, good to see you. I think the part I am gonna poke at the most is the financial sustainability.
Yes.
It works particularly in the tiers you lay out when you have full enrollment.
Correct.
But when you don't, which is the problem that schools
Mhm.
are having,
Mhm.
that's when it becomes harder to fund the model
Mhm.
without raising dollars.
Mhm.
And so can you just talk a little bit about your approach to the finances,
Mhm.
how much you're anticipating needing to raise each year to make it sustainable,
Mhm.
what the enrollment needs to look like, what
Mhm.
the backdoor plan is if the enrollment falls?
Yes, for sure. So we are a nonprofit, and so we will be able to raise money. We have committed support from our board members already, long-term committed support from our board members. I have written several grants already and waiting for those to come in. So part of our financial model will rely on fundraising. And part of our financial model will rely on tuition. And I've seen the Morgan Oliver School in Georgia has a similar tier tuition model. And they have at each tuition tier, there's a certain number of spots that you could like directly apply for a tier 1 spot or a tier 3 spot. And that ensures that they have like a balanced financial model. And that I think after year 1 is what we are aiming for, so that just based on our enrollment and application process, we will ensure a balanced financial model. And I think like, to be totally honest, like at the beginning, we're going to be small and scrappy and we're going to make it work with me and our pedagogista and one teacher. And we're very lucky to be in Temple, Israel, and the support that they're giving us with the rent that we're paying there really supports us being able to get off the ground in a responsible way. And I think like I have, not that way. Like we will wait to add a second strand in each grade level after we see enrollment and demand. And we will prioritize supporting the students that are there currently over trying to expand. So our financial model will be a mix of like the tuition and raising money.
Got it. Great, thank you.
Scarrett.
Appreciate the thoughtfulness around access and the expertise you bring as a career educator that has like deep experience and commitment in public schools up to this point. So I guess I'll ask just one question, one of the same questions I asked to the other team, which is you talked a little bit about your impetus to go in this direction, but can you just clarify a little bit what the unique delivery model is of this program that could not be found in like the variety of schools that you've served at such high leadership levels to this point?
Yep. Yeah. So the Reggio Emilia philosophy believes that children are capable, curious, and creative and full of so much potential. And it's the job of the teacher to see that and notice that and see what kids are genuinely excited about and interested in and build the curriculum around that. So instead of having a scripted curriculum where all teachers are teaching the same exact thing to all the students in the second grade, this second grade will have a curriculum that is designed around what these second graders are really excited about and really interested in, and will weave in the second grade standards into whatever that topic is. So, for example, like if you have a class where you notice that they're really into the Titanic, and this group of kids, they're really excited about reading about the Titanic, then the teacher will take that and build a curriculum and build learning experiences around that topic that connect to math and science and literacy and social studies.
So it's the agency and autonomy of the teacher to design curriculum, which is that drew you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's challenging because as a system, we're obligated to ensure that consistency of experience, especially with our transient students and moving from school to school and having kind of a set curriculum that we can guarantee families, and being that small, there's just an ease in kind of quality inspection of whether that teacher created curriculum meets those expectations. And so I think it's just another place that feels like such a disconnect between the state's guidance around instructional materials and the direction that we're expected to go as a set of school systems, and then the agency that schools with a smaller footprint have to go in different directions, and then for us to establish whether it's meeting the need is just a really odd task, I think, for the committee.
Yeah.
But I appreciate what you shared.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah. And one of my hopes is that this model will prove that there is a different way that we can do school, that it doesn't have to be this standardized model where we're delivering this scripted curriculum, that we can honor the questions and the curiosities of kids and still meet the second grade standards, third grade standards. And I'm really grateful that our pedagogista is a PhD student with a background in research. And so part of what she's going to be doing with us is this research piece so that we can show that there is another way that you can do school.
I think we know there are other ways to do school. I think a school this small scaling up is just a difficult proof point for us to adopt as a system. While I totally believe that all schools can learn from each other regardless of school type, I think we do need to break down silos that way. I think to identify something this small as a proof point is a little challenging with the work in front of us and the scope in front of us. But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's great. So I'm very familiar with Reggio Emilia at the preschool level. So I'm interested in understanding how this gets implemented into the elementary school. And if there are I know that there are a number of Reggio-inspired preschools in the greater Boston area. Are there others who have also taken on moving the model into the elementary grades?
Yes. And I think that's sort of part of my hope, or part of how we want to show that there is another way to do school, that why is it in preschool that we can capitalize on the curiosities and the excitement of kids, and then once they get to kindergarten, first grade, we no longer care about their questions and their curiosities and their excitement. And so I see this in first, second, third grade the same way that I would see it in preschool. That, for the same example, if the kids were really excited about the Titanic, great. Like, we can read second grade texts about the Titanic. We can incorporate second grade science standards about the Titanic. We can incorporate math standards about the Titanic. So I think like we can still do the same model that is so effective and successful in preschools in first, second, third, fourth, up through sixth grade. Because I think we see like kids are so excited in preschool about learning. They're so excited to be there. And then by the time they get to second, third, fourth grade, they're like, school is no longer an exciting and fun place for them to be. And so we want to make sure that that happens, that kids continue to have this love of learning and curiosity and autonomy. And schools like the Advent are Reggio-inspired schools that go up through the elementary grades. I think Shady Hill is sort of similar. They have more of like a topic theme based, and within there, they sort of go based on what student interests are. But there's not a lot, and that's part of this, like expanding access to inquiry-driven instruction in Boston.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions? If not, Thank you very much, and we look forward to taking a vote on this in a future meeting.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, folks, our last presentation tonight is the fiscal year 26 supplemental appropriation request for $22,845,672 to Boston Public Schools in support of a balanced budget. I'd like to turn it over to the superintendent for any final comments, but I want to say one thing because this may happen at 11 o'clock, and I know
Yeah.
you've never experienced this.
The lights will
Lights will go out, but they will come back on. So will they come back on?
Someone has to put them on, so.
Oh, somebody
Yeah.
will have to put them back on.
Deputy Pina.
All right, so Deputy Pina's back there. Okay, he'll be our lights man for the evening. I just didn't want you to.
We'll all turn our cell phone flashlights on. We'll get through it.
Okay.
We're going to be quick.
Into the final stretch. Okay, so as we presented to the school committee earlier this year, the district continues to address a fiscal year 2026 budget deficit due to several factors, including significant cost increases related to historically high healthcare premium increases and inflation, impacting out-of-district special education costs, yellow bus transportation, and student food services. Since our conversation in December, our team has taken action to save funding by reviewing and managing the cost of our most expensive programming, things like transportation, and through first we did the school level pause and then the district-wide spending pause. These efforts have led to $26 million in savings. However, these actions alone are not enough to close the gap. Our current projections show a remaining FY26 deficit of $28 million due mostly to health insurance and utility cost. We are now asking the committee to approve a request for a supplemental appropriation from the Boston City Council for a total of $22.8 million. This will cover the projected overages in health insurance and utilities. Both of these areas are budgeted in collaboration with the city and have seen very unusual and unexpected cost growth. The remaining overages should be able to be managed down over the last 3 months of the year through the continuation of our spending pause and review of available grant funding. Chief Financial Officer David Bloom is here to walk through the specifics of the request and to support any questions you may have. We plan to return to the committee on Wednesday, May 6th, and ask for your support before the measure is sent to the City Council for its review and consideration. David?
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you everyone for bearing with me. I only have 35 slides for you tonight. So,
Right.
that's
Not
sorry.
tonight.
Sorry. It's the kind of joke you make when your kid was up all night last night. So when we came before you in December, we shared a financial projection that had 4 main cost drivers. Those cost drivers are still the same ones we're seeing leading to overrun. Health insurance, a decrease in vacancy rate leading to higher employee just salaries, transportation costs, special education costs, and then one new item since the projection we brought before you, which is utility costs over the course of this winter have significantly exceeded our expectations. It was a very cold winter in part. So these things sort of are the same, right? Than what we expected them to be, more or less. What's changed is what we've been doing about them. We've been working diligently since even before we came with the committee to identify ways to save money to be able to cover these deficits. We've saved approximately $20 million to date from our spending pauses, which started with a pause of central hiring, stipends, and contract spending, and then a pause on school-based discretionary spending at the end of the calendar year. We've also been working actively with some of our bigger operational departments to save money and cost management. Our transportation deficit projection is continuing to decrease. This is one of the areas of good news that I didn't highlight fully on the previous slide, and we're hoping that will continue to improve over the rest of the year, and the indications are it will. We've also been looking at grant funding, in particular to identify areas of potential underspending on grants that can be used to help cover areas of overspending on the general fund within the allowable uses of those grants. So as the superintendent said, right now our projection, and you have sort of a memo and some spreadsheets that give you this information, leave us with approximately $28.3 million in overages to resolve. As the superintendent said, there are two main drivers of this overage that is remaining. The first is a relatively consistent health insurance projection. The rates for this are set early in the year, and it's based on the number of employees we have, which is also pretty static over the course of the year. So we were not really expecting this cost overrun to change, and it has not. Our utility projection has increased, especially the cost of natural gas, but also electricity, since our initial projection we shared with you in December. Both of these items are areas we work on in collaboration with the city, but both of our parties are setting this with limited information at the time. This year, we've been sort of faced a confluence of factors that have led to these items to go over, and we've been working with the city with the understanding that there might be some potential need for supplemental appropriation as we've worked to save funding. If that request is approved, that would leave us with a projected $5.5 million deficit. We're confident that over the last quarter of our fiscal year, we can manage that down through continued operational savings from the pause, and other grant available funding. And with that, I'll turn it back to the committee for questions.
Okay, thank you. You have questions? No.
I would just say that the easiest way to sort of understand this is, as we went through the 27 budget process, we were given an allocation, and then there was an adjustment made from the city when they realized that, and we realized that the projections for health benefits would be much higher than what we were given in the original allocation. They then gave a supplement as part of the FY27 budget process. If that had happened last year for FY26, we would not have run the $22 million deficit that we've run since the fall. Utilities, to David's point, we've done an amazing job with the buildings, adding in a great deal of AC and AC units and additional heat. But in a cold winter, those are variables, and in a warm summer, those are variables. So these are the two areas that are really just beyond our control in many ways. And we thank the city very much for recognizing in this budget in FY27 that we needed to make that adjustment before your vote. This year for FY26 is really just correcting that. So this is the basis for the supplemental that, if affirmative from you, will then go to city council for appropriation.
So just a couple of clarifying questions to build on that context, Superintendent, which is very helpful. When we have a year like this year, whether it's based on climate or needing more heat or electricity, and we have a high point on utilities, is that going to be the budget on which we're basing for the next year? Like, is this a message that we need to not assume as many savings or being able to recoup as we have been in the past, and then building on that high water mark as opposed to historical as an extra protection? And do we feel like we did that for the FY27 budget?
Yes. So our risk here is that often our projections lag a year behind, because it's hard to have perfect information sort of in the right year. So for health insurance, that's why we had to go through the process the superintendent outlined. I think utilities is, to be quite honest, the area where I have the most concern for FY27, if for no other reason than the geopolitical factors we're seeing, which will impact the price of natural gas and other issues. What I would say, though, is in a typical year, we might see a $5 million cost overrun in any one given area of our budget, but we often have a saving somewhere else that will enable us to sort of offset and manage through that through either some sort of targeted spending slowdowns or just sort of the normal course of business. I think the two things together this year that made it particularly hard for us to balance were the vacancy rate change and the health insurance, both of which we've adjusted in our FY27 budget. Those were the two major drivers. Sorry, and transportation, which we've also adjusted.
So we're assuming a higher fill on vacancies
Yes,
next year. So
Correct.
again, basing it on the higher
yes,
marks for next
correct.
year.
No other questions? Okay, thank you. And we will vote to approve this as supplemental appropriation at the May 6th meeting. Thank you. We'll now return to public comment, Miss.
No public comments.
No public comment? Okay. Any new business? My only request will be that we can take another look at the issues around the social workers. So we
Yes,
can
I'm gonna-
understand that, yeah.
Yes, Chair. I will, Deputy DePina and I will be having conversation tomorrow. Yes, as we see one another for city council hearing.
Yes, thank you. All right, the next school committee meeting will take place in person on Wednesday, May 6th, at 6 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, excuse me, is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.